scrunchies that are not done. So I think I'm gonna finish the projects that I have cut already. Just so I can get them out of the folder. Okay. So I put the back away. Okay, so this batting is for the next thing. Let's see, scrunchies, right? Thank you, babe. You put cheese on it. Oh. Is any of this stuff anyway?
I don't think so.
Right, you need that red thing closer this way. Okay. So I think I still have to go get the scrunchies. Out the way. Back. No, it's not back. I think it's blue. Okay, we're gonna do these scrunchies. Try to get these done first. Okay. Move that out the way. Cool. So super fast. This machine goes kind of slow anyway. Not using any pins or anything. We're gonna lock the stitch and go back. Let's do the next one. Batch sewing. Well, I wouldn't call it batch sewing because it's not a lot that I'm doing. There's more than one, I guess. Some people would call it batch sewing. You just add this one. I could lock stitch it up, not, it don't matter because do I have more to? It might look like I'm doing more than a 1/4 inch, but this portion here I'm gonna cut off because it's the selvage and I didn't take the time to cut the selvage off. So I'm doing 1/4 inch seam allowance. So the selvage is still there. You see the dots there, and I don't want that. So I put this side at the edge of that. Now, although if you look, there's some dots still underneath, but that will be in the seam allowance, so I'm not concerned about it. So, kind of mind that. And there's different ways of making scrunchies, but this is the way I make mine. And so, usually, I know my needle from the edge of the foot, pressure foot is 1/4 of an inch. So I keep that aligned to the edge. And that's how I know 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Right? So that's 4. Right here is most people don't even realize they have this on their machines. It's on most machines. But that is a thread cutter. So you just put it there like that. And pull. And I'll cut the threads for you. Yeah. And now they're separate. And now what I'm going to do, I could cut that off. I don't have to cut that off, that excess. Don't really matter too much. Okay. But I'm gonna trim it. Okay. So they're gonna take off that portion that I left on. Now these scissors are not too great for this. So I'm gonna take my scissors and I'm just gonna take that excess off. Okay. Just that tad little bit. Okay. Then oh thanks. Oh yeah, these are good. Okay, so I open the seam allowance, but the truth is that don't matter in this case. It depends on what you're sewing. Clothing, it might matter. Certain things it may matter, but it don't really matter in this. All right. But the reason let me show you why I'm doing this. I want this to be closer to this end because I'm gonna do something called the burrito method. Okay. The burrito method. That means I'm gonna fold this over a certain way to sew this. And I'm gonna lay that flat that way, and then I'm gonna turn it over. Like this. Why am I doing that? Because I'm gonna fold this. It don't matter. People be trying to fold it all neat. It don't even make sense. Why it don't just, they be doing, these people have OCD, okay? Some things that people are doing, it really doesn't even make a difference. It's just something, I don't know. They have OCD. But the reason I'm doing this is because I want the seam to match up. So that's the first thing I'm going to sew. And therefore, I put it at the bottom. And then I'm going to line it up. Like that. And so now these two seams are matched up. And I put it close to the beginning so I can sew it. Okay? And when you watch what I do, you'll understand. But so I'm not going to start there. Or sometimes I start there and just do a little stitch to keep it in place so it don't move on me. Because this is silky fabric. It's really pretty. I'm not sure if you can see it. It's really pretty, okay? It's going to be a pretty scrunchie. I already told y'all, if you line the end and sew to my needle from that, I know it's 1/4 inch. So my seam allowance is going to be 1/4 inch. And all you have to do is keep your eye on making sure that this aligns with the edge of your fabric, okay? But so what I'm going to do, because I don't want the end and the beginning to be right on this spot, I'm going to just do a tack stitch there. Right? I'm going to do a tack stitch, nothing too big, just a little one. I can go back and forth there, just so it won't move, right? And then I'm going to cut, I'm going to back up a little bit. I want the beginning to be a little further back, like that. Okay? I want the beginning, and you'll see why when I get to the end, when I get back to the spot, you'll see why I wanted that there. And then I'm going to you know how to so you can listen to the TV without listening from TV, from your phone, from my phone. Okay, do it from the iPad. I'll show you. He done took off my Roku. That boy just went through my iPad and deleted. I don't know why he would do that. I have no idea. And then he'll lie and say, "Look, did it. Look, do. How would he know what to delete and not?" And by the way, Licky knew what not to delete and not. And then blame me on it on the baby. I'm not gonna set everything back up on the bottom real quick. I have people listening to me. Now let's stop and do this. Anyway, so mine is downloading. Okay, so 1/4 from this is 1/4 inch. And so what I'm gonna do, this middle part that I folded over, gotta make sure that stay in the inside. Don't let it get caught up. So I push that in the inside and align these edges here. Okay, and then we're gonna sew. And the reason I can sew fast is because I'm just gonna keep my eye where they need to be. I'm gonna do a lock stitch. This machine has a lock stitch. That means I don't have to go back and forth. I could just really just press that button. It locks the stitch, and then I can move forward. Yeah. Okay. Now the thing about this is, as I get farther away, I want to come in this portion, in this middle part. I want to pull it. I'm gonna hold this and pull it. Okay. And now, see what happened here? It's going into like a tube. Let me see this. What you got? It's playing? What you got playing? That's what you muted. Oh, did I mute? Wait. No, I muted it. Mute the TV. Expect to get brass scales and get now that nice brass and you can hear it. This is actually 6061 T6 aluminum that has been anodized. The color of this is what they're calling burnt brass. This has roller M290. Sorry, I'm back. Okay. So all I have to do is keep this middle portion in the middle. That's away from where I'm sewing. And keep these edges. And a lot of people do not know how to sew, although they sew. They stitching be terrible. They don't be caring because they don't know how to sew. Right? But you only do not pay attention to the needle going up and down. Only pay attention to this edge of this foot and keep in this line. And do not push, do not pull. The fabric will do its own thing. Okay? So watch. I'm gonna hold my feet. I'm gonna hold my foot. I'm sorry. I'm gonna hold my hand right here. And I'm just gonna. And the only thing I wanna make sure is that this lines up. And that's why people like myself can sew really fast and the stitching looks good. Now to be honest, I need to change my needle because of this type of fabric that I'm using. I should put a new needle in, but Did I catch it? Please don't tell me. Okay, I didn't catch it, but I was close, okay? Ooh, goodness. Now, when I go, I'm going to grab this edge here, right here, and I'm gonna hold it and pull this inside. Okay, and pull like that. And then I'm gonna put that inside back in there. Make sure it stay away from the edges. Don't have to be, people be rolling up. They make it seem like, ooh, roll it all neat. No, just push it out the way. That's all. Just push it out the way. It doesn't matter if it's rolled up neat or not. That don't even make sense. What some of these people be saying and doing. That's why people scared to sew, right? They think it's, you got to be meticulous, and you really do not. I would be scared to sew if I saw some of these people and some of the things they say. Huh? They don't tell you why they do certain things. Most of them are trying to make money, so, and therefore what they're doing is selling products that you don't need, different type of interfaces that never existed back in the day. And now they're like, oh, you need this interfacing, you need that interfacing, and you really just don't need a particular name brand interfacing, right? You just need something that sometimes it's just double the fabric interface with the same fabric itself, or a muslin, or it just depends on what you make. Okay. Bless you. Okay, so all I'm doing is keeping that portion out of my way, keeping this aligned, holding it like this, and directing it, keeping this middle part out of the way. That's important, because if you catch it, you're gonna have to unstitch it. You'll be able to see what I'm doing in a minute. You'll see a tube, and I'm getting to the end now, as a matter of fact. Okay, so I'm gonna keep that out of the way. Line that up. Okay. Put that in there. You'll see that I'm getting to the end in a minute. You'll be able to see that. I'm gonna lift this up a little bit so I can straighten it. Push that in there. This is a scrunchie, by the way. You'll be able to see that in a minute, because I'm almost done this one. And then I'm gonna hold. I'm not holding it down like that. I'm just kind of just lightly holding it, making sure it stays straight, and making sure that, you know, I got it a little bit. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Keeping that middle out, and this is the end, and I want to leave a small opening, just big enough to grab all of this and turn it inside out. With this fabric, I don't need a large opening at all. Okay, so that's about an inch from here to here. And so I'm gonna stop right about this area. And I'm gonna back stitch, and then I'm gonna cut the thread. My machine happens to cut the thread for me. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do, there's a few things that this fabric, this is scrunchy. Do I need to worry about this inside? No. I can, if I could take a lighter and kind of bring it across the lighter, and what it will do is kind of melt the edges so they won't fray. But yeah, no, I don't need to really worry about that. I could take my machine and zigzag it all the way around. Don't take it, don't do that. Okay. And then now what I did, I went in that hole that I left, see the hole right there, and I'm pulling the inside out. And now we have a tube. That's how simple that was. Real simple. Okay. Some people get scared when they hear the burrito method. I'm gonna show it to y'all once again, just to show you how simple. This is just really simple. Now what I'm doing is I'm want to grab the sewing part here. See that? I want that to come and out, and then I'll probably either hand press it. I don't want to put this under iron. This fabric is really silky, but don't be confused. It will burn. So if you do iron it, you will put something over it and then iron it with a pressing cloth. And do you need an actual pressing cloth? Something called a pressing cloth? No. That you buy that's called a pressing cloth? No. A pressing cloth is anything that you can use a another piece of fabric. Let me show you. Let's say this is some fabric, and you can, and it's lightweight as you can see, and you can use this as pressing cloth. You don't have to go buy something that says it's a pressing cloth. It's usually just fabric. The pressing cloth itself is just fabric. Okay, um, the sewing game is not cheap. There's no reason for you to make it more expensive by buying gadgets and things that you don't need. Okay. There are some things on the market right now that is actually terrible, to be honest. Like I use interfacing. There's this Decaville light and heavy. Now you know if you have to sew something and keep it out of the seams, if you have something that you have to keep out the seams because it won't sew right, that means it's not meant for sewing. It's not meant for sewing if you can't sew over it. Okay? And that stuff is expensive too. So there's other things. I don't ever remember hearing Decaville light and heavy ever in my sewing, sewing since I've been a kid. I've never heard of those things. I've never seen it in my grandmother's house, my mother's house, my aunt's house. I never saw it. Here's the second. We're going to go through it once again. I'm going to show you exactly what I did. Y'all saw me chains, stitch all the ones that I'm doing. I left an edge there. That's the sandwich. So I'm going to cut it off now. Right, which is on one side. I'm going to open this up. I want it closer to this edge where I'm going to start sewing, but not too close because I want to start my sewing around here. Okay, but this port is important to me, so I'm going to open this up. Okay, I'm just opening and pressing it with my hands. It's nothing important. I'm going to then take it and flip it. Right? Flip it. And why am I doing that? Because that's what I want to sew first. And I'm using the burrito method. The burrito method means I'm folding this on the inside. I'm just keeping that out of my way. That's all I'm doing. And then I'm going to align this side of this seam to this side of that seam. And let me see what it came out on the other one. Let me show you. See, here it is. Here's the line, the stitching, and you can see that they align from this side to that side. That's how you get that to align what I'm doing now. Okay, so we're going to just fold this in the middle, and we're going to take this side and align it with that side. Like this. Boom. And that's how I'm going to have that aligned, okay? All of this other stuff in the center, that's going in the center. You can roll it up because you're going to take this side and align it with this side and sew it. Okay, but I'm starting here. And like I said, I want to start ahead of this. I'm going to show you why in a second because I just want to put that under here. Okay, so on this one that I've already done, here's the stitch line where I started, but I didn't want the opening. Remember, I left an opening. See, I left an opening so I could turn it inside out, and I did not want the opening here. So my opening is a little bit away. I didn't want the opening right at the seam. Okay, now this opening, when I put, after I put the elastic in the inside and it scrunches all up real pretty, I'm gonna go in and close this. But the truth is, I don't even have to close that up. You're not gonna be able to see it. I left for such a small opening, right? Usually I make it even smaller than this with this type of fabric. I usually leave it even smaller than that way. but But if you don't want to leave it open, you take a, you can go to the machine and just stitch it out real quick. So I'm gonna show y'all this again. Let me see if I can get a better angle for you. From this inch to the middle of where my position of my needle is 1/4 of an inch. If you don't know, if you don't trust it, then take a ruler, basically your sewing gauge, and you can measure it. Okay, that's 1/4 of an inch right there. Okay, it's a 1/2 inch. That this is an 1/8 inch. It's a 1/4 inch. Okay? And if I put my needle there, you'll see this. It aligns with the foot. If you look, if I could put that needle down, but it touches the edge. I'm not sure if y'all can see it, but let me show y'all. So the blue portion is at the edge of the foot, and that is touching the needle. See that? That's how you know if you in doubt, if you're ever in doubt. Because some of our machines, the needle on some of the machines do move. I can position the needle where I want it. Okay, so if you're in doubt, use that gauge. I'm gonna show y'all what to do again. Just if I was a beginner, you would go here and just do a stitch to just keep that in place, right? You don't want that to move, especially with this type of fabric. But remember, I don't want to start there, so I'm gonna take this. Gotta make sure that I don't catch nothing in the center. None of this should move. Push that out the way. I'm not sure if you see what I'm doing. And I'm gonna start like about that area. Okay. I do want to make sure I don't catch anything in the center though. Then I'm gonna take the rest of this. I'm gonna stuff it in the middle. Like this. Let me see. Move this so you can see a little better. See this portion? That's all go in the middle. This side and this side aligns. But making sure that stuff in the middle don't get caught up when you're sewing. Okay. I'm gonna drop the needle, lock stitch, or in a lot of cases people back stitch. Now, to be honest, do you need to back stitch before you go forward? No, you do not. People be like, oh my God, you gotta go backwards and then go forward. You do not. If you go and look at how the sewing machine is designed, when it takes a stitch, it locks the stitch. This is not a chain stitch. But because I'm going to be pulling things through here and things like that, you don't want the stitch to break. I don't have no problem with you back stitching and going forward. But the truth is, you don't have to do that. Okay? People be saying things, and they say it because they heard somebody say it, who said, and they heard somebody say it, and then they heard somebody say it, and now it's going around like it's something you really need to do, but you really do not need to do that. Okay? Unless you're going to be pulling things through. Of course, you don't want the stitches to break while you're pulling and prodding. So that makes sense in that case. Okay? So here we go. And remember what I said. I'm going to be able to go fast because I'm going to make sure this center is out of my way. which, oh my goodness, it's close. Too close for comfort there. Okay, I'm gonna push it out the way. As far as I feel like I want to go for now. I'm gonna line this edge. I'm gonna lightly put my hand here, making sure all of this is out the way, which you can see it bunched up here. I'm gonna hold my hand here, and all I'm doing is making sure that I'm guiding to make sure that this end go under there at this edge. That's all I'm doing. You don't push, you don't pull, okay? The machine does that. And see, I want that. So I want that. And so you kind of see me just doing this a little tiny bit to make sure. Now, even if it's not straight, when at this point, it needs to definitely be straight by the time it goes under that needle, okay? So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reach inside. I'm reaching inside and grabbing this, the part that's in the inside. I'm gonna hold my hand back here and I'm gonna pull that. Okay, and what I've done, the part that's not sewn yet, I pulled it, pushed it in there, and then line this up. Push that in there and line this up. Okay. I try to pull often so it makes it easier for you, depending on what type of fabric that you're using. Depending on how much you can go. This is really soft. I could go the whole way and then pull it. It's real silky, okay? This is a satin type of fabric. I think it's a glitter satin. I think that's what it was titled when I purchased it. Okay, here we go. Remember, do not sew that portion in the middle. Okay. I'm gonna pull. This is how you make a tube. This is how you sew a tube, by the way. Okay, that's exactly what I'm sewing. Now, here we go. Now I'm gonna stop talking, and then I'm gonna just get this done. And if anybody have any questions, if I see it, I'll answer it for you, okay? Usually I listen to music while I sew, and I really get through this right. Have I ever caught the inside before? Yes. Actually, recently. Okay, recently. It wasn't much, it was a tiny little bit, but I was talking. And I caught the inside. And if you catch the inside, if you catch it, it's fixable. It's no big deal. I know this is a little too close. Push you. There you go. And again, this is my beginning. So you can see the stitches right here. You want to leave an opening. I want to leave a small opening. Okay? Now, some people say leave a 1 inch, 2 inch. I don't know why. It does depend on the fabric, I think it is. I'm back stitching there because, remember, I'm going to be pulling something out. Back stitching out, and I'm going to forward stitch too. Okay, so here's the hole that I left. Right there. I'm going to reach in. You can look, and You'll see that the stitching is nice, all the way even, all the way through. I'm not concerned about my stitching. My stitching is great. Okay, I've been sewing a very long time. Dig in there, and it might seem like it is a tiny little opening, right? Tiny, but it's big enough to grab that fabric, which is right there. Let's get it to come to the floor like that, and grab it like that, and then pull it out. Did I catch it? It feels like I caught it, y'all, somewhere. It does. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So that's how you'll know if you caught it. And it feels like I caught it soon recently, too. I'm not sure. Let me see. No, I didn't. Okay. I think I was holding it. I was holding both fabrics. Okay. So see how I'm pulling it? And the hole is small. I'm about to say I shouldn't have caught anything. And now it's right side out. Now I'm gonna do one more really quickly. I'll be doing talking. I showed y'all how to do this. I'm gonna be making after I finish these scrunchies, I'm gonna be making a couple other things. Okay, we're gonna how much here? Thank you. A little farther than that. About there. Open you up like that. Flip you over like that. And then we're gonna get this going, baby. I just need you out the way. If you fold it, you can take this edge, meet it to that edge. Such. Get that glue in there. I just want those edges. I always want them edges to be meeting. It gives a professional look. I'm going to kind of stitch that a little bit. Just want that fish I can get it as nice. And that noise that I hear, that clunking, I hear like a little clunking. That's how I know my needle needs to be changed. I can also tell my needle needs to be changed. See, it went when it pushed in just now. It kind of went into that hole. That means the needle is dull, and instead of it's just piercing the fabric, it's pushing, and it has to force its way in the fabric. And that's how you know you need to be changed. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's go here. I'm gonna start a little further away from that. And I'm just gonna zoom out. I just want a couple of stitches. I'm block stitch it. I'm gonna go back and forth. Yeah, I don't like. I need to change that needle. I'm gonna see if I can make it round. I can make it round without having to change it. Okay. Like that portion right there. That boy. There you go. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I'm gonna get your little unruly self lined up. Come on now. Notice when you get under that needle, you're straight. Okay, got my finger in there, keeping that pushed. This is one of my techniques, especially with this type of fabric. I'm throwing there, keep where you are when that needle lands. Just slid underneath. Okay. And I'm at the end here. I just need a very small opening. But I do not want to catch that center. And my needle needs to be changed. And I want that opening to be tiny too. Oh no, I think I could have made it smaller, but that's less than an inch. And like 3/4. I could barely put my finger in there, so it's small. I just want to be able to get in there and grab what's in there. That's it. This fabric is thin and it's silky, so it could fit through that tiny opening with no problem once I grab it. Once I'm able to get it. Okay. Yeah. I know some people wonder why I'm on this channel and why I'm not, but I have to get this stuff done, so. And I do need the YouTube hours, so that's why I'm on this channel. Should I? No, I'm not gonna. I don't think I need to. So I'm just putting it out as I shoot. Boom, like that, inside out. That hole is so small, and although when I point it out to you, you'll see it, but nobody would actually see that if I didn't point it out. And I don't know, I feel like some of these should have been bigger, but maybe not. I think 2 of these should have been bigger than the others. I'm gonna do this and then I'm done, and then show some other things. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on right here. Let me see on this side. Yeah, okay. It's wrinkled, that's why. Not that it matters. It's a scrunchie, y'all. It will be scrunched up. Okay. So we're gonna do like I've shown already throughout this video. That's my technique to make it look professional as you can get it. I'm gonna fold. Fold it like that. We want these two edges, these two seams to meet up. Like that. I do not want to use any clips or pins. Okay, that's for nothing's wrong with using that, but that's not what I want, but more importantly need. Okay, I do want to base stitch this area. I did say I was going to change that needle, didn't I? I did, but as we see, still. Let me see if I can get through this one. Okay, I'm going to start this from here. And then we're just going to rock and roll here, okay? Keep you out of my way. Yeah, that wants to push. Piercing like it should pierce. It'd be better if my needle. Let me grab my tablet. He's over there. I don't know if he's asleep yet. He may be, he may not be. Make sure that center stay in that center. Okay, make sure. Don't pull, don't push. Let the feed dogs do its thing. You only guide like this, like you're driving. Okay. You guide like you're driving. And you make sure that you don't hit anything that's in the middle. That's the center lane, okay? The middle is the center lane. Stay away from the center lane. Don't hit the center lane. Push the center lane to the center. And make sure you don't roll over it. And there. You will make some very nice scrunchies. And your stitching will be straight and amazing, okay? I am coming towards the beginning, aka end thing. no bubble there. I made that real small. Okay, I'm gonna open that. Grab that. My fingers underneath it. Okay, there you go. Oh, pop them out. You went back in there, huh? You did? Go back in there. Come on out. Come on out. Wherever you are, you're hiding from me. You are hiding from me. There you go. Come on, there you go. There you go. It pops out and you pull it. And you snip it up out of the edges. Pull it. Like that. Pull. Hold it. Seam it off if you want to. And pull. And these are going to be very pretty scrunchies, right? I do have to kind of, if I want to iron them, I want to pull the seam out. So sometimes I just have to go in and fish it out like that and give it a yank, a pull. Give it a pull. Okay, this fabric doesn't need to be ironed. Just add just some pressure to it like that. Pull on it. Do not want to iron this. And my elastic is really thin. I think I do have a wider one that I may use in this piece. Okay, so once I get it pretty much mostly, then I just take it and pull it. Pull. And now, so I got them all sewn up, the little scrunchies, and we'll do the second step. The second and last step. Let me grab some. So I do have some. I have some small elastic, which I use usually for the kids and sometimes for the adult. Right, just depends on the size scrunchie I'm making. Now all of these are regular. I make some extra large and then I make small, like for the toddlers. What's the difference between them? It's really the width. I'll show y'all some of them that are already done. But I don't have to do that really quick to show you how I'm doing this. I am going to go get another elastic. Okay. Here's the elastic. Let's kind of switch around a bit. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. The color doesn't matter. Of course not, right? It's going inside. I think it would only matter if I was I think it would only matter if it was see-through, one of my see-through scrunchies. Now this elastic isn't as pliable or stretchy as the 1/4 inch. This when I use this, which is great by the way, it stretches 100%. So if I can take a 9 inch and turn it into 18 inches, it could stretch 18 inches. This isn't. That's why I used the thinner one. But this one, I would put it at a 20%. I'm going to cut this at 8 inches. Okay. If I go 8 inches and I pull this 8 inches, I'm not sure if y'all can see, but I'm at the 8 inches, right? I'm gonna do a test. This is the 8 inch mark. This is the 8 inch mark. And I'm gonna take it and I do a test. I do a pull test and I pull it as far as I can get it. And I know y'all can't see it, but the 8 inch moves to 13 inches. So from 8 to 13. And that's how based on whether 8 inches is enough. So I think this is an adult. I'm gonna go 9 inches with this elastic. 9 inches bring me it's bringing me to 15 comfortably. I can go farther, but we talking about people's hair. I'm gonna put it at 15. I'm gonna go 9 inches. Okay, and I'm gonna cut 9 inches. So I'm gonna cut all of them at 9 inches now, right? I'm gonna take that one. I need a few of them. That's 4. And then I need 2 more for that, but I don't know if I'm gonna use this for those. I think I can. Let's do 9 inches again. The elastic go real fast, especially this amount. Now, when I had that boat, that was a lot of elastic on that, like 100 yards on that. These only have like I don't know, 5 yards each, 10 yards each, something like that. Okay, so let's do one of the ones that I sewed earlier. See how wide that is? These are supposed to be just as wide as that, but don't seem to be. And that's because this tuck. And I think I'm going to probably iron it to get that out of there. But no, it's matching up. Okay. I take a safety pin, which I have here, and I clip one edge of the elastic, and I close that up. I find the hole. My holes are always close to what? Close to my seams, so I know to look near the seams for the hole. I found it there. It's small. You wouldn't have been able to see it if you wasn't looking for it. And you're not going to be able to see it once this is done. So I really don't have to go in and close anything up. And then I'm going to kind of feed that in. Keep this other end in my hand and not let it go. Honestly, I like that smaller elastic better as far as feeding it through. But I think it's going to be very nice. Okay. Feed it through. Just okay. Eating that scrunchy. Come on, get in there. I do not want to lose that elastic here. Okay, because if I do, I have to start all over. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Okay. Now, as you might be able to see, I'm at the hole. Because my hole is so small. Which is it's a good thing and a curse at the same time. There you go. Okay, we're gonna get you on there. And we gotta get you to come out. Now with this, wow, I don't know. Let me look. What I'm saying I don't know about is this elastic. The scrunchie is let me pin it to each other and do a test. I kind of don't like. Okay, let's see. I don't really like this elastic. I'm gonna show you the ones that I have. Well, I don't like this elastic with this. And the reason why don't I like it is it got it bunched up so much. It looks, let me compare it to the other ones. I'll show you. And maybe y'all could tell me, okay? So these are my other ones. See what that look like? That's the same size elastic. Now, I think the reason is that this elastic is wider. And so it's, see how it has like this flat look to it? And this doesn't. And so I don't really like this elastic. I don't like it. I mean, it's a scrunchie. It's just not cute like this. It doesn't allow the fluffiness because the elastic is too wide. So I'm not gonna use this. So I'm gonna take this elastic out. I'm gonna use what I already been using. So I'm just gonna unpin that. Yeah, I don't like that. See, here's one with the same exact fabric, and you see how this one and this one is all too scrunchy, and it's because this is flat and wide. Uh-oh, now I lost the elastic inside. No, 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 no. I don't know. Come on, it's right there. I see you. I gotta be able to get you. Come on. I see you. I see you. I see you. You peeking. You peeking. Grab you. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna grab you out of there. I've already sewn this scrunchie. Okay, we just need to get that elastic out of there. And you know what? Look what I've done. I've cut like 8 of these. Wow. But my next project, I do need elastic, and that's gonna be great size. Okay, now let's get the ones that I do like, the elastic I do like. That's what you do, look, to test things, right? And it's about what you like and based on your design. And so I know I see other people they actually like the thicker, wider elastic, and that's not an inch wide. I think if I'm correct, it might be too wide. I think it is 3/4. That makes sense that would be too wide. Okay, I do. So with this elastic though, I do the 9 inch. And sometimes I even do less because, like I said, this does 100% stretch. I go 9 from this 9, this inch that's right here, 9. Not sure if y'all can see. I hold and then I stretch to see how far can I get that point to go, and it's all the way to 19. That's 100. That's yeah. So, which is good, but that mean I could go shorter. I can go 8 inch. I could go 9 inch. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do 9 inches though. Okay. And then now what I was doing for some of them I was doubling, and then I stopped doubling. I can tell the difference between the ones I doubled and the ones I didn't double. Okay. The ones I doubled, they're they're like a little tighter looking, and the ones I didn't double, they're not so tight looking. So you see, what do I mean by double? Like I took two. I took two of them and put them in there, and it squished it up more. And I'm gonna do that. I liked it when I did that. Okay. So I can either double it or fold it. It don't matter. But 9 inches is what I need. 9 inches double. 9 inches. 9 is 18. We're gonna take you to 18 inches. Okay. Or anywhere in that vicinity. You stretch so much it don't really matter like that. But I don't know how to be exact. Just around about. I kind of do keep everything at the same though. I'm gonna be honest. I like everything to be uniformed. Okay. But as it relates to my products that I'm selling. Okay, so I have this. I'm gonna double it, and I'm gonna take a pin, my safety pin. Where did I put you? Move these out the way. I see, and then I'm going to stick you. I'm gonna take the safety pin. I'm gonna stick through both of them. Make sure it's as much in the middle as possible so it won't rip out. Never have they ripped out. I'm gonna put my hand in the loop like this. That way I won't lose it. And then I'm going to feed it through. I'm gonna find where you at? It's hard to find my hole because that's how well I did this. But I know where it should be. And then I'm gonna just feed you through. It's easy to feed through than the other one as well. Right? Don't take any time at all. The other one was a little more time. Took a little more time, and I remember the length of the elastic is pretty much the same, but the look is completely different. I did not like that wider elastic at all. I didn't like it. Okay, put you through the hole. Now the difference is though, see that looks completely different. I don't, with the wider elastic, I would have sewn them closed. With this elastic, I'm going to tie a knot. I'm going to take these ends. I'm going to tie them. Kind of make sure they don't come loose. Okay, I take that in, right? I tied that knot, it's double, but then I'm gonna go to the bottom and pull up like that. And I don't want that to move. See, I was moving, tiny bit it is moving. I don't want it to move at all. So I'm gonna get it to where it don't move at all. Okay. And then we're gonna take this scrunchie and get that in that hole. Now you're not gonna be able to find that hole ever again. Okay. And then we're gonna take this scrunchie and we're gonna pull it out like that and then get it. And there you have it. Okay? You'll never find that hole. Okay. Now, sometimes I go in and I'll sew the hole up. It just depends. Depends on the fabric. Okay, that's what it depends on. This fabric, let me see. So we're gonna do the next one. Okay, so now I have a decision to make. They really don't look too much different. I think the only person gonna notice the difference is me on that. As far as do I double this or not? I'm not even sure what doubling it does. Like if it's two of them pulling at the same, like what does that do? But it just seems like it does look a little different. It might be just all in my mind. That's too close to the end. I don't want that. I'm gonna try it with just the one on one of my silky ones, okay? That hole is so small, that's ridiculous. Okay, I'll hold that. And as I run it through this, I want to take that pin and I want to run it against this seam and get that seam to poke out as I do that. Because it's hiding in there in some spots. And I don't want it to hide in there. I want that seam to come to the edge. I need you to come peekaboo out. Get out of here. Hiding on me. I didn't iron you. This fabric is not really meant for it. See that? See what that edge want to do? There it go. Got it to come out. And I want to slide that pin against that. Now it's getting wider. Yeah, like it should be. See how that is small? It doesn't look wide in that area, see? That's because that seam is inside. Gotta get it out. It's like a whole half an inch hiding in there. I need you to come out. Come on out. There you go. Okay. Come on out. Can't even tell how inside that is. That's crazy. See how it's deep in there. I gotta get it to come out. Come on, baby. Come on out. Oh, you see that? That's in there. Come on out. Come on out. This is really pretty. This is supposed to be extra large, and it wasn't looking that way. That's how I know that seam is in there. Yeah, that looks way better. I'm gonna grab this end. If I slip up and slip and let that loose, I'm in trouble. I'm going to start all over. So I don't want to do that. Okay. We need that to peek you out of there. Come on out. Come on out. You're hiding on me. Don't hide on me, sweetie. Come on out. Good job. Okay, now let's turn you around. So I can come out, find that hole to come out. And there go the hole. Boom. Get you to come out through that hole. Take off that. Tie this up. So some people sew theirs, but these are too thin to sew. I wouldn't be able to sew it together. It would get caught under my foot, and it would just go inside that hole that's there. So that's why these get tied. You could tie them and then glue them, and I can melt it together with fire. Like, I wouldn't do all of that. That's ridiculous. These are scrunchies. Who's pulling the scrunch? You know, I don't think the actual scrunchie will go as far as this elastic will. So there's no possible way they can break the elastic that way anyway. So it's not tight yet. I go from the bottom and I pull, right? And once I get those even, because I do want those even, I'm gonna hold both and I'm gonna pull that top, and then pull that, and now that won't move. I could cut that off, but why would I? It don't matter. Then you take this. See, the elastic will go farther than the scrunchie. The elastic essentially pulls longer than the scrunchie itself can possibly go. And now that's a pretty scrunchie. Okay? There you go. Pretty as can be. And the only reason I know what this hole is, because see that piece of that, but you wouldn't be able to see that hole if you didn't see that. So I am gonna close these up, right? Because that unravels. That's a little unraveling right there. But other than that, you wouldn't even know the hole is there. So for these, I am gonna close the holes up. Anyway, I'm tired of doing scrunchies. I have one. I've sewn them up already, and probably tomorrow I'll put the elastic in them. I have a couple of things to sew up, so. Okay, so I have lots of the scrunchies. They come in different colors. They come in different sizes, different type of fabrics. And I have headbands and many other things, okay? These are the ones that are done. I have many of them. Boom, 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 boom. Many colors. Any color you want, I can make them. Okay, but tonight is not about me putting elastic in the scrunchies, okay? Tonight is about me sewing. So we're gonna move these, potentially put them in my scrunchie folder. I have a folder, okay? Where I put things that are not complete, and then I'll put it away. Put that there. So what's next on the list? Okay, here's what's next on the list. Actually, since I have these elastics, I'm gonna skip a few of these for now. So these are going to be book sleeves, and that's what these are going to be, book sleeves. But I do have some been prepared to be bookmarks, okay? So these are bookmarks. This is going to be bookmarks / pencil holders. And what would they? You would be able to put pencils in them, and it'll be on top of your book. So and then you will be able to slip it in your sleeve. Because when I make the sleeves, I will be making the bookmarks to match. Okay. Of course, I want people to buy and buy. So, of course, I'm gonna make things that if you like the book sleeve, then you'll see the bookmark, and you'll be like, oh, this matches. Yes. Okay. That's what a craft fair is about. Okay, where you can buy things that you can't buy normally in other places. Handmade. Okay. Quality. Quality over everything. That's, so if y'all see what I'm sewing, what I'm cutting, but I've already gridded everything. See, so I have a mark here and a mark here, and then I have a mark on this way and that way. Okay. So even though I'll be up all night probably sewing, I was up all day preparing to cut. Okay. Other things I've cut, and these things I didn't get a chance to cut out yet. And this goes this way. The thing I should have done before I cut this was to iron this. That was what I was supposed to do. Okay. So I am this piece of it, but I need two of these, and I need some. I need some interfacing. This is my first time purchasing this interfacing here. So the truth is I'm gonna be testing this interfacing out. I should have, you know what? Before I cut these, I should have interfaced everything when it was laid out. Wow, that was my plan. Okay, that was my plan, but apparently my talking got have me doing things a little backwards, and it would have been easier too. Could have just interfaced the whole piece. Okay, let's see how we open this. Can I just is there something for me to grip? And that's in the inside. Is this a sleeve or something? It look like, I don't know. But it would have been easier if it would have been a sleeve, right? So I could put it back on. They pack this stuff real bad. Oh, and I need the I need the instructions. Oh. Okay, because this says warm tips. Okay, let me read this before, because the iron is already on. It says, do not expose interfacing it to direct heat. I had no idea what the hell that means. It's supposed to go to direct heat. So I guess they mean I need to put a something over it, and then like a pressing cloth. Cover it with a cotton cloth. Oh, that was the next line. Okay. Apply the interfacing on the wrong side. Okay, I know that already. Okay, recommended temperatures is 275 to 311. 15 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds. 10 seconds for lightweight fabrics. Initial. Okay. it's important to read instructions on this stuff. That's when you buy a brand you never used before. I don't even know what the brand name is. That the brand name? I'm assuming. I bought this off of Amazon. I did look at the reviews, and there were some people said it was good. So we gonna see. We gonna see. And the only reason I would trust something like this for the first time on things that I'm selling, depending on what I'm making. So a bookmark, you're not gonna put that in the washing machine, right? Yes, I've never heard of anybody putting a bookmark in a washing machine, so I trust it. Now, if I was making clothing, interfacing a bag or something that you may put in the wash or go get, then I would test it first. Okay, I would do some testing. That's to ensure that my quality of my products is. I don't want anybody coming telling me. Well, first of all, I hope you don't come telling me a bookmark fell apart. Like, first of all, the bookmark not gonna cost that much, and secondly, I'm hoping it doesn't fall apart. Like, what would make a bookmark fall apart? I have no idea. But my book sleeve is made to wash if you need to, like if it gets dirty for whatever reason. Okay, and until I test this, I wouldn't use this on my book sleeves. So I'll test it on these bookmarks, and then I personally will throw bookmarks in the wash just to test the interfacing. Okay, I'm trying to save this portion here. I think maybe I have to cut it so I could keep it. The instructions. Okay, that's important because you never know. I'm gonna be honest. I so late at night. I mean, I forgot something. So I just wanted to keep this instruction portion. I also want to know, is it cotton? It's important for me to know things like that. Is it 100% cotton? Is it polyester? In case somebody tell me they're allergic to something. Okay, cool. So I keep the instructions, and I will roll it up like this after I cut all this excess off, and I'll keep it in the center like that. Okay. Okay, cool. Now let's get this rolling. That's crazy how they had this. Y'all see how they had this? Y'all see how this was absolutely in there crazy. On there crazy. Look, inside this there's more plastic. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Okay. So we're gonna use it. It's lightweight. If I need heavyweight, I would use just two. The price wasn't too bad, and we're gonna get started, shall we? Yes, we shall. Okay. So yeah, see, it would have been easier when that sheet was before I cut everything to just put this on. But now I have to cut individual sizes, which I'm okay with. I don't have a problem with that. So we're gonna put you here. Yeah, that's about that. That's good. If it's kind of perfect. So I know this is probably 8.5 because these are 8.5 by 3, I think. If I'm correct. Okay. No, these are 11. Wait, yeah. I forgot those are the long ones. These are 8.5 and these are 11. Okay. Um, can I put that there? Yes. I look like that. Look like 3 inches. So yeah. So I'm gonna put you and I'm gonna put you across like that. Okay, let's cut you. I'm just gonna cut a sheet, but I don't want it. I don't want to be wasteful. Okay, money is money. Product is money. Okay, I don't want to be wasteful. Product is money. Money is money too. Money is money. Everything is money. Everything is money. The iron is on, and I need a pressing cloth. And I told y'all earlier, you don't need nothing called a pressing cloth. You just need fabric that's not too heavy to use as a pressing cloth. Okay, that's it. Sometimes you can use the fabric very similar to the fabric that you're using. So I'm just pressing that. This is the bumpy side. The bumpy side is the side that goes to the wrong side of the fabric. So I'm gonna kind of put you like that. Now the thing that they said keep this off a high heat. So I'm not sure if you can see what I've done so far. Okay, place that, and that's. Now the truth is, this the long part, and it don't need to be fully on this. I only need a half of this in the face. So I'm gonna think. Let me take that off. Okay, let's iron these first. Iron these pieces. Get them right. We gotta get them right, baby. Get them right. Get them tight. I should have ironed this fabric before I cut. I usually only buy 100% cotton. I don't know though if this is 100% cotton. I'll find out in a second. And I'll do a test on it. I don't have any water in here. My setting is on cotton. I'm gonna lower it. I think cotton is the highest, right? I'm gonna lower it a little bit to wool. Is wool? Wait, what did I say? Delicate. Wool is. I'm gonna put it at that. Because then they talking about, I don't know. And then somebody did one in the reviews for the interfacing. Somebody did actually say, "Hey, listen to the instructions. Look what I did." And so everybody said, "Okay, as long as you listen to this, follow the instructions, you'll be good." And so I said, "Okay, I'll follow instructions. I can follow instructions pretty well." Now I know y'all may see this piece. It still has the edge on it. I did not measure that edge. I measured it from that portion of back. So I just have to cut that off. That's all. Mm-hmm. I'm going to put some water in this iron in a minute. Because I hate when I can't get, it's hard to get those things out. Mm-hmm. So, I am making things in a group, so that's why you see so many. So, here, if I'm correct, this should be 3 pencil bookmarks, okay? I'll be right back. Let me grab some water. fall on me, baby. Don't fall. Okay, where you at? Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna pour some water in there, okay? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to do it without making a mess. And I think the steam is on, which I should not have it on because it's already steaming. Okay. Okay, cool. And yes, you don't have to really iron everything. Just want to make sure everything gets ironed. Huh, wait a minute, what happened there? Did that melt? I know it. This is polyester. Oh my God. Let me see. I don't know. It looked like that. See that right there? Didn't that look like that melted? You see it? That's a clear sign of polyester, but I don't know. Maybe I ironed it that way. I'll see with a lighter in a minute. I'm okay with it being polyester because it's just a bookmark. I'm okay with it not being 100%. I don't do 100% polyester because I wouldn't be able to iron it if it was, okay? I wouldn't make nothing with 100% polyester. Nothing, okay? I think that stuff shouldn't even exist in this world that we live in, 100% polyester. But I don't mind having some polyester in some things because, I mean, I ain't got too much of a choice, right? 100% cotton is the best way to go. I don't know why people are starting to buy polyester because they don't want to use an iron. And yeah, the reason it's a good thing you don't have to iron polyester because if you did, it will melt because it's plastic. Okay. I am going. How do I check to see the content? First, I already know that it's cotton. I don't know if it's 100% cotton, but I know because I wouldn't have bought it. I wouldn't have purchased it. That's number one. And I do definitely look. Okay. I knew what I was making with this, so I would have been okay with it being partially polyester. So that's just my rule of thumb on what I spend my money on. And not only what I spend my money on, but what I would make, right? Just, first of all, I wouldn't make anything that maybe children would get around and it says polyester on it. I wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't do that. And even though I'm like, these could be for children, right? They're going to be bookmarks that could be used for children, could potentially be using them, and therefore I'm conscious of that. Okay, so I'm going to show y'all how to make what I'm about to make. It's really simple, where you can make it yourself if that's what you want to do. That's the reason for me sharing my going live doing this, right? So anything that I decide to make, show you how to make. Okay, so what you're gonna need a front and a back, right? So I'm gonna put some of this stuff to the side, right? So we're gonna use, I'm gonna put it where you can see it better. Okay, so there's one that's longer than the other. You need two of the shorter one, okay? So that's why I have so many of these things. So I'm gonna take this one out it don't matter. Okay, so I need two of this size, okay? Two of this size. And then I need one of the longer one. Now, let's talk about you creating your own things. So I'm a person who create my own patterns. And what I'm going to tell you is that Even if I gave you the measurements of these things, which I will do, I have no problem doing. But does it even matter? Because if I told you that this is 8.5 long and 3 inches wide, which it is, 8.5 and 3 inches long. And then this is also 3 inches long, right? Because this goes with this, but this is longer. This one is 11 inches, if I'm correct. Okay. I'll measure it to make sure, because I came up with these measurements myself. But what I'm trying to say is, what if you want to make what I'm making, but you want yours wider, or you want yours longer, right? You want yours wider, you want yours longer. And that's exactly what you can do, right? There is no, this is the way to make it. It needs to be this size. You determine the size. Now, in the beginning, when you first start sewing, you may say, oh, I want to follow somebody else's instructions. Cool. But what if when you make theirs, you realize, oh, I could have used it to be a little shorter, or I would have liked it to be a little longer. And that's when I am saying you could still use the same instructions that I'm about to give you and come up with your own measurements. And there is no right or wrong, because this longer one, the reason it's longer is because I'm going to fold it in half. I'm going to fold it in half, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm essentially going to sew that like that. So this is going to be something that looks like this. And why? Because you're going to be able to put pencils in here, right? 1, 2, or 3 pencils. And I'm going to have elastic to this as well. And this is what this is going to be. And so essentially, you could make this wider. You can make it wider so it's just wider on your book. And you can make it where it fit only one pen or pencil, which means you would make it smaller. And so I'm going to give you some advice. No matter what you make, a bag, we're not going to talk about garments, okay? Clothing is a little different. But what you want to pay attention to is your seam allowance. And you control your seam allowance. I use a 1/4 inch seam allowance because I like to use the things I pay for. What do I pay for? Fabric. I'm not going to use a whole inch seam allowance, because I'm going to end up cutting that seam allowance down to a 1/4 inch anyway, because it's too much seam allowance, right? Beginners may use 1 inch seam allowance. Beginners may use a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Even if you use a 1/2 inch seam allowance, you're going to cut it down. The instruction's going to tell you to cut it down to a 1/4 inch, if not an 8. An 8 might be a little too, that might be a little too close. That's for curves maybe. But you're going to cut it down to a 1/4 anyway. So why would you cut an inch extra on this side, an inch extra on the side, to sew it an inch up here and an inch up there? You're absolutely cutting off 4 inches of your fabric when you do it that way. So you control what you do. You control your measurements. And so, but I am going to give you my measurements, okay? Like I said, this is 11 inch by 3, and this is 8.5 by 3, okay? My seam allowance will be 1/4 of an inch on each side. I already showed y'all when I was doing the scrunchies how to determine 1/4 of an inch. It's the easiest way. You don't need to look at nothing. If you just listen to what I'm going to tell you, you will always be able to do 1/4 of an inch with no problem, okay? So this, I'm going to take this, and I am going to put interfacing in here because I want this to be a little sturdier. And both these sides are going to have interfacing as well, okay? So I'm going to interface the backs of these, but instead of me interfacing, which I could interface the whole thing, but remember I'm folding it over, which means it would be doubly interfaced, and it don't need to be doubly interfaced. I'm sorry, I didn't show y'all that. So I'm going to absolutely just interface a half of this because this is going to be folded over. Okay, and I'm going to interface this and this. Okay, and so before I even start sewing, for those who just here and you might not want to be here too long, I'm going to end up sewing. First, I'm going to interface this. I'm going to make sure that this is centered. I'm going to show you how I do that to make sure it's centered, right? I'm going to then take this other piece and I'm going to sew it right sides together like that. I'm going to put a piece of elastic like this. I'm going to put that elastic in there and I'm going to put it centered. I'm going to show you how I'm going to center. It's going to be there. I'm going to sew that there. I'm going to sew around, but I'm going to leave an opening, a small opening on the side. Sew all the way around and leave that opening. And then after I'm sewing all the way around, I'm going to go in that opening and pull it right side up. And then this will end up being in the back. This will end up being in the front, like this. That'll end up being like that. That'll end up being like that. That'll end up being like that. And this will end up being here and at the bottom down there. Okay? That's how it's going to end up. And that's just a quick summary of what y'all about to see me do. And I'm going to interface quickly, as quickly as I can anyway. The honest truth, I should have had this done, but I wasn't doing a YouTube video, you know what I'm saying? I'm just doing the work and I'm sharing it, me doing the work. So there's a difference. If I was making a YouTube video, everything would have been prepared already. But this is the real reality of working. You know, when you see a video, you're thinking, oh, I want to make that bag. Oh, and it didn't take long. You know, because you're watching a video and you see them go from this to that to that to this. And you be like, oh my God, like I can do that. And you can do it. I'm not here to tell you you can't. In fact, I know you can do it. The problem is, it may take you 2 days to do it. Okay, it may take you 5 hours. In fact, it may if you're talking about sewing a garment, a shirt can take you 5 hours. Now, when you look at a YouTube video, they may do it in 15 minutes. Baby, they do it in 15 minutes. How they doing that in 15 minutes? They did it in 15 minutes, and you still 3 hours in, and you're not even close to being done. Oh my God, what am I doing wrong? You're not doing nothing wrong. They just prepared, and not only did they prepare, but they prepped, and not only did they prep, but you know what I mean, like, because I used to wonder too. I used to like, how in the hell did you make that bag that quick? And it took me 3 hours. And then on top of that, my house is a mess afterwards. Like, you ever seen them? And their whole area is neat. It's like, she pulls out this and she's like, okay, next we're going to do this. I'm going to sew this to this. And there's nothing else on our table. It's just that piece of fabric. Oh my God. And so I had to ask them, like, what are you doing? Like, how are you keeping your, because I promise I can't keep mine as neat. And they have, then they shared their little space around, like on the ground. They got a bucket down there with things in it. There's stuff on the floor. I'm like, oh my God, I feel so much better. Because I was feeling, you feel like a loser when you realize that why can't, when I cook and make my cooking videos, why can't my kitchen look neat like that the whole time? Because they're in the cooking studio and they have people helping them. Yes, I know. I'm exaggerating. But I will tell you, we're going to see how I'm going to time myself making one of these. It really doesn't take long to just sew it. The most of the time comes in the prep work, in the cutting, the measuring, right? Even if I give you the measurements, you still got to use your ruler and measure the fabric. The only way you don't have to do that if you have a pattern. And why would you have a pattern of squares and rectangles? Like, that's ridiculous. Okay? Because you can measure rectangles and squares, right? You could do that. If anybody need help learning how to measure, let me know. Okay? I don't think I have a problem doing that. Okay, so I need this, right? I need, wait, that's 2. Okay. So I got that one cut. It's the prep work that is more consuming than the sewing. Most of us seamstress or sewists or whatever you want to call us, I don't even know what to call us anymore. But the thing I hate the most is the prep work. Because it can really take 2 hours to cut out one pattern. And and don't talk about these PDF patterns. Because not only do you have to cut, you have to print it, but then you have to cut the pieces. And then you have to glue the pieces. And after you glue the pieces, you then got to cut the pieces once again. And then that's before you even start cutting the fabric with the pieces. Oh my God, it's just so much work. Now, but it's not, it's still that much work even if you're buying a pattern, because I hate that too, right? Because what I have to do in that case, I have to buy the pattern, unfold these pattern pieces, find the ones, I have to cut my size, right? Which I wouldn't do anymore, but I have to cut my size. You got to iron those pieces out because they folded a certain way. And then you put it on your fabric and cut again. Okay? You put it on your fabric and then you cut again. So what I would tell you is, it's a lot. And it could be very fun, and it could be very rewarding when you make your own stuff. So I definitely don't want to discourage nobody. I just want you to know that if it take you longer than what you see on YouTube, that is a-okay. That's the norm. That is the norm. That's all I'm talking about right now. Okay. So what do you see me doing? I don't know if you can actually see what I'm doing, but I'm gonna show you. So I'm cutting interfacing. So here's the piece. I'm putting the interfacing down. I'm looking for the edge, and then I'm gonna cut. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, interfacing. It does not have to be perfect. But you do not want to have these extras on the side over here, because it can melt on whatever you're ironing on, okay? Let's see. I think it was kind of perfect as far as that. I just have to come over here. Kind of get you down here. We go like that and like that. Okay, so we got this 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we just need these 2 pieces. And these are the pieces that just need half of an interfacing. And the pieces don't have to be perfect, by the way. And mostly what I want the interfacing, I really mostly want it at the top. So I'll do something like that. And then I'll just cut. Now if I wanted to, I could I could go in and fill that in. And then I don't have to. It depends what I'm making. This is just a pocket. Remember, this is going to be folded over like this. And that is, yeah. And that's going to be a pocket. So that don't really matter that much. And also, here's the other piece. I'm going to fold it just to see where I want that to be. Like that. at least leave me a line so I can see what I'm doing. So put that piece there. And this is a little too long. I could take this piece, this extra piece, and you can kind of piece things up on this type of project. Okay, and so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put it there. I am gonna put a little piece right here, okay, because I do want some of that covered up. So I cut a little piece. Where the bottom at? Yeah. I just want that to kind of be there. Like that. This part going inside at the bottom anyway. I'm gonna fold this over, and then I'm gonna iron that really quickly. Remember, they wanted me not to put the hot iron on the interfacing itself, so it's not on the interfacing itself. And I do want the steam off. Oh, not yet. No. Take the steam off. And I'm just gonna see what that look like. Let's say about 10 to 15 seconds. 10 to 15 seconds. I just want to make sure that it sticks. I'm going to open it up and we're going to check. And now that is stuck to that. Okay. Okay. So that one's done. And it makes it heavier. It makes it interface and kind of gives your thing some stability. Right. Watch where I hold you with one finger. Or I can hold you and you'll be a little stiff. See that? But if I do that to this piece that haven't been interfaced, and I take you and I try to stand you up like that. Wait, what's that? Something in there. Okay. And I try to stand you up. So this piece, and I try to stand you up. You don't stand up. You'll fall. It's the way I'm holding you. I'm not sure if you see I got it bent right there to keep it up. But if I don't bend it, it'll fall. And this piece, when I bend it, of course, it'll stay up, right? You see me bend it? But when I don't bend it, it also stays up. See, I'm not bending it. So that's what interfacing does. It gives it some body. Okay? So you could, I'm not sure, see, you could, this is not interfaced, and this is interfaced. See that? Okay. I hope that explains that. So when there's pieces, when people say, okay, why do I need this interfacing? And then you can decide if you need interfacing. There's a lot of people telling you to buy things you don't need. That's why they don't tell you what they need, what you need it for. But they don't be knowing, because they made a video off of somebody else's video. And somebody made a video off of that video. And then somebody else made a video off of that video that they made a video off, and they made a video. And so the miscommunication, the misinformation, and the actual not really teaching just keeps going and going and going, right? And that's because people are just repeating what somebody else said. And so if you want to make a big bookmark without interfacing, you can, and it will still be a bookmark. Now, will it still be as good? Yes. Yes, it'll still be as good. You don't have to buy interfacing for bookmarks, but you will see a difference in the one that's interfaced and the one that's not. But it's a bookmark. It goes on top of a book. and that's it. And by the way, you can also get something like a piece of cardboard if you don't want to spend money. A piece of thin plastic, and you would cut it just inside to where you don't hit it with your needle when you're sewing, and you can make it stiff that way too. Or you could use another piece of fabric. Double the fabric gives it the stiffness, right? And that's what you could do. Sometimes that's cheaper than this interfacing. But this interfacing I got, it was a good deal. Okay, so I did that one right. Okay, I'm gonna do this later because I want to do the ones I've already cut. Remember, they told me not to touch. So you interface the wrong side of the fabric. You feel the interfacing, and although you might not be able to see, there is a difference. You could feel it. The bumpy side. The bumpy side is the glue. It's the dots of glue. I hear somebody. Okay. I'm gonna put that down, face down. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna use another piece of something to go, because sometimes, see on that side, you see the little edges that I didn't catch, that will stick to my pad. I don't want it to. So I'm gonna just lay that there. And then I'm going to use a piece of fabric that is thin as my pressing cloth. This is a thin piece of fabric, and I'm gonna just lay it there. And I'm going to iron this. That's what the instructions say. And they say 10 to 15 seconds. It don't matter if you go a little longer, but you just don't want to go too much less, because you do want it to stick, okay? As far as I know, with certain interfaces, you do not use steam. They didn't tell me should I use steam or not, so I don't think the steam would. Okay, so I'm gonna pick that up. Now see, I'm not sure if y'all could tell, but it is stuck a little bit, just like I knew it would. Okay. Oh man, I see a wrinkle. Oh jeez, I hate that. Let me see if I can get that out before that's set. Ooh, that's hot. It's stuck again. I see a little wrinkle, but no. Let me see. It had a little fold. I know y'all can't see it. See it? Now the good. Let me see if y'all can see it. It's right there. That's right. That's why you need when you get a, what they call it, a pressing cloth, you want it to be real thin so you can see. And I can't see through this pink. But what I will tell you is, I'm gonna have this. Which way? What is that line? Let me see what that long part. You're not gonna be able to see that crease, because the pocket will cover it up. See? So I'm good. Yeah, I'm good on that. Okay. So I'm not gonna worry about it, but I will pay attention to the others. And then what I do is, see that extra on the side? Just go ahead and trim that off. And what I know for sure is that this interfacing is polyester. Because that's why they don't want you to put that iron on it. That makes sense, right? Yeah. They don't want you to put that iron on, because that did melt. I could see the melting. And the reason why you need to know if your interfacing is cotton, 100% cotton or polyester, is because some of my projects can go in the microwave. Like I make a bowl koozies. Bowl koozies go in the microwave. You definitely wouldn't want this polyester stuff going in the microwave. It's going to just shrivel up and melt. It'll be inside the fabric, but it will take the fabric from this state to a shriveled up state. Okay, because it will shrivel up. And it's attached to the fabric, so yes. And that is why. And the reason I wasn't worried about this, because this is not polyester. I use cotton. Okay, I'm very particular on using cotton, y'all. It's better for the environment, better for people, better for my customers, especially if they have children. Okay, so y'all see me. This time I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna try to I'm gonna put this on there like that. Because I'm doing it from the side. Okay, so it's okay. I just have to make sure it sticks. Now, as y'all can see, I'm not wasting time. I'm talking, but I'm working. I'm talking, but I'm working. And this, I guess it would have been quicker if I would have just put the interfacing on that fabric before I cut it. That's not always optional. The only reason it's taking me this long is because I'm making more than one. Okay? If I was making one, we would have been done. I would have been done by now. This is 3. Oh. Did I put that on? Yeah, I put that on the right side. Usually, you do the interfacing from this side, but I'm going to do it from this side because I do. That's wrinkled? Yeah, I'm gonna iron that first. I thought I did. That's why that other one was wrinkled. I think the wrinkle was already there. So that didn't make sense. Now the wrinkle is gone. Yeah, okay. So now we're gonna do that side. Put that side on that side. So that side. I'm gonna mix it. And throw it on there. Uh-oh, what'd I do? Oh my goodness, I creased that. How did that come up? It should be okay. I threw some steam on it, y'all. Okay. Because I ended up ironing it when I pushed up. It went like that, and it was under my iron. Don't really matter so much, I don't think. Okay. I have a few things I need to say. Let's get to this. Okay, so I just need 2 of these prepared, and I need 1 of these. That's all I need, okay? Let me see, did I do 2 of these? I thought I did. I got this one and this one. We're gonna move the others out the way, and we're gonna sew these up. Now, I need those 2, those 3. I'm getting tired of putting. Well, I got 1 more. I guess I could do this 1 more, and then I'll. No, but I still have this one to do I? Yeah. Oh, jeez. Did I do this one already? Yeah, this one done. Come on. Okay, we're gonna just do it. So I can do both of these at the. Okay. Let me cut another little piece for this thing here. Interface, where you at? There you go. Just need a piece. Let's see. I need you to be not that wide, right? You don't even have to be all the way. I could take. I'm not sure if y'all see what I'm doing here, but I'm putting that on there. I'll show y'all. Let's see if I can get this down a little bit. Okay, so yeah. And then I'm just gonna mark. I'm gonna take it on this side and mark this side. from here, here. I wish I could just cut like this. You don't need to be exact, but just based on the little thing that I see, I cut it out. And I'm gonna put it right there like that. I'm gonna cut this extra off. I could just put the whole thing on and then fold it. It'll help the fold, so I don't have to cut that off. Okay. Oh goodness. Okay. Get the ironing pad. Let's see. Hobby is snoring. Okay, don't hate on him. Don't hate on him, baby. He snores. Okay, Hobby snores. That's what he do. Okay, and I am in the bedroom. So let me see. I've been living with the snoring for all these years, and I ain't got no choice. Okay, I ain't got no choice. If I ain't got no choice, you ain't got no choice. We ain't got no choices tonight, baby. We ain't got no choices. You heard me? We ain't got no choices. So we gonna just deal with it. That's all we gonna do. This one look like... Wait, I'm gonna iron this first. Jeez. I thought I did. I'm gonna iron this piece, okay? Because it's a little wrinkled. And I don't want those wrinkles to be... If you put a piece of interfacing on the interfacing, the wrinkles will be there to remain forever. Okay, because you would have made it stick that way. Y'all, this, I can tell what type of fabric this is. Okay, this is 100% cotton. And on top of that, it's that cheap cotton, okay? How do I know? Because it's hard for these wrinkles to come out. They got these cheap cottons. And it's still good for what I'm making, though. No, okay, I'm just saying. The weave of the cotton is not high quality. That's all I'm saying. Now remember, I don't want to really touch that interfacing. And the reason I don't want to touch it is because they told me not to touch it with my iron. Right? So I'm going to be very careful because I see, I'm not sure if y'all can see, but there's some pieces of that interfaces right here. I don't want to touch that with my iron. So I see it, and I'm being very careful. And the reason I don't want to touch it because that's glue, and it'll get on my iron. Okay. Yes. What?
Some eggs downstairs. Not for you.
Huh?
There were some eggs on the counter. It's like an omelet.
It was a what? Oh, wasn't for me. Why, you gonna eat it?
I would like to.
Well, make sure it's not for him.
He sleep. They sleep. Thought it was you. And no, I doubt he made it for himself in the breakfast because he wouldn't have left it on the counter. So I think maybe he was either, if it wasn't you, I guess he was making it and he either didn't like it or forgot. I've never seen him eat eggs by themselves.
I thought he didn't eat eggs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I thought it was you.
Maybe it's something your dad, because dad did go down there and make this, but he made me a sandwich. And then he brought me sandwiches. So maybe he brought it here for, and if he set it down there, it's for anybody to eat.
No, it's definitely made like it's like eggs and something sprinkled. It looks like pieces of bacon or ham, either one. It's like pieces and sprinkles on it.
Mm.
But it's like, yeah, I don't know.
He just made it?
I don't know. It was here before I left, and I looked at it. I was gonna ask y'all, but I knew he was asleep already, and I assumed he was. So,
Well, I mean, if you eat it and he whining about it, you could tell him I told you you got it.
I mean, if it's for my dad, I was gonna say I
It's
just.
not for him.
Oh, him
And
too.
if it was, you could eat it. If it was for your daddy, I'll give you permission to eat it. But
Just wondering. I didn't, All right.
okay. My son came in here to get permission to eat something that's for somebody. I was like, I don't. It might be for his brother. And if it's for his brother, I told him to go ask him. And then he said he's asleep. So I'm like, well, you can't ask him. And then I was like, you don't really eat eggs. I, he stopped eating eggs when he was little. So, so if he put it in the kitchen, I mean, he put it down there for anybody to have, because that's what he would do. He would, if he have something that he know is good that he don't eat, he'll just sit it down there for anybody in the house who want it. Okay, see, so the interfacing is stuck to it, and everything's okay. Okay. Okay, let's get to sewing. Let's get to sewing. So I kind of explained what I'm doing already, what I'm making. You need two sides, and it don't have to be all the same. Like I was trying to mix them up, kind of, but I couldn't find another fabric, and I like this fabric. I said, so I like the fabric. I'll just make the whole thing. But the truth is, I could have made the back side a different color and save some of this fabric. Okay. So I could have, like if I wanted the back portion to be pink, a solid color, have this, and the pocket be this, and it still would be cute. Okay, you could do what you want. And for those who quilt, I know you quilters. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not. My nerves are not steady enough to quilt. You know what I mean? Like I can't take them little pieces of square. Now I'm quilting something. I've been quilting it for 2 years, and I just been when I get scrap pieces, I'll sew them together and throw them to the side. And one day I'm gonna go and get all them scrap pieces, and I might make something. Maybe not. I've never made nothing quilted like that before ever in my life, so I don't know. But I don't like throwing away scraps. Okay, I used to throw away scraps, and then I stopped throwing away scraps. Okay, so here's the deal. I could go. There's a few things I want to do. I don't have to do them, but I'm just showing y'all in case you, I personally, honestly, would not do what I'm about to show you. Okay, because I know what I'm doing. But you want to always know what the centers of your pieces are. Okay, so what you do is you take the top, you fold it, and you make you either a mark, or what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make me a little tiny little snip like that. And I know you can't see the snip, right? You can't see it. It's so tiny, but when you open it up, you can see the snip. See that? So make sure it's a small snip if you do what I'm doing. A small snip will equal, you'll be able to see it. Go to the other side and do the same exact thing. What am I doing? I'm making sure that everything will align. Did I have to do this? I personally did not. That tiny snip gave me a tiny little thing there. Okay, so I'm gonna do that for both sides of the long this piece. The piece that was long is now short, right? Because I folded it. Y'all saw me do that, right? We're gonna go and we're gonna do the same thing at the bottom. We don't have to do it at the top, at the fold part. This the part that fold. We don't have to do it there, but we have to do it at the bottom, right? So we're gonna take that, and you're gonna make a just a tiny little snip. I'm talking about so tiny that you can't see. Oh, I can't even see that at all. That was too tiny. That was too small. I'm sorry, that was too small, y'all. Okay, that was way too small. I didn't even see nothing fall. Okay, there you go. See it? Okay, so I'm gonna just do it to those two. No, I have to do it to the back also. Okay, we need everything to be lined up. So just quickly do it. Don't talk like I'm talking and waste your time. Okay, just get it done. Get it done. Because I'm selling these things, so I'm teaching you how to make things that you will sell. Okay. Let's see what happened when I made that big. When I made that snip big, that's a big, but that don't matter because it's in my seam allowance. Okay, you always make sure it's in your seam allowance. My seam gonna be somewhere down here, so okay. Anyway, so I've done these 3 pieces. Okay, these 3 pieces. I'm gonna put these 3 away. Now, the reason you do that, I also need my elastic. If I'm correct, this, I don't know, was this 9 inches? Because I cut this for my scrunchies, right? I did scrunchies first. This is about 9.5 inches. Okay, 9.5 inches. It's actually is 9.5 inches. So 9.5 inches is good. Okay, so let's see what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with one piece. We want it right side up. We're gonna take the bottom. That's gonna be the pocket. Like I said, you could top stitch it if you want, but you don't have to. And I'm not. I'm gonna take and align that mark that I have there with the one I have here. And that's how you make sure that everything is centered. Okay. I'm then going to take this and I'm going to look at the center that I think is centered. I must center it right over that mark like that. Okay. Now the truth is you should be pinning things. So that's what I'm going to do. Let me get my little clips. Where are they? I'll switch the hair clips now. They're easier. I switch to these small ones. Okay, so I'm gonna put some clips, and I want this to be just center it. Okay. Okay, so you have this where at least where it stay in place. Okay. At the top of this elastic, this is the other end. You want to align it. Now, if you see the elastic is kind of big, that's okay. That's what you want. And you want to put that in the center like that. Okay. This is big. See it? You want to make sure that you don't end up sewing this by accident though. So you can clip it as you want, but no, I'm not gonna do that. It's not that big. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do now, what I can do, now I'm trying to show y'all how to do it quick, okay? If I wasn't doing it quick, if I was a beginner, if I wasn't doing several of them, I would have stitched this, I would have basted this on first. As soon as I put it there, I would have basted it. That means I would have sewn just to baste it on, right? And then I would have went, and now I'm going to look for the center of this end. And I'm going to put it to the center of down here. And I'm going to do the same thing up here. But this, so when I do sew, I'm going to sew completely around this thing. But I'm going to leave an opening. You can leave you want to leave an opening that's 2 inches. Okay? Don't do too much smaller. If I did an inch, let me see. Nah, inch going to be For a beginner, definitely don't do an inch. I may end up doing an inch opening, but I'm gonna try for 2 inches. Okay. So y'all see what I did? I aligned everything, pinned it, but I didn't sew it. Although, if you're new, you could sew it in place just to make sure it don't shift on you. Okay. And then you're gonna align this as well. Okay. Now, what I would do, I would just hurry up and sew just that, just real quick, to make sure it don't move. That's if you want to. And then come this in and align this with that same middle point. Okay, that same middle point. As you can see, everything should align. Okay. And the only thing you want to make sure, because I'm about to sew around this, you want to make sure that you do not stitch over that elastic. Okay. So I'm gonna put a few more of these. I'm gonna use a few more of these just to make sure things don't switch around. You can use pins if you want. I would suggest for projects like this to get you some clips of some sort, okay? Because I don't like pins. And I definitely wouldn't like pins on this type of project when I could use clips. You can't always use clips depending on where you're sewing. Okay. And I'm going to sew all around this, except you see where I have a pin. I have one that's different. I have this one on this side that's clipping off, and I got this one here. This is going to remind me not to stitch in this area, okay? And then let's do this. Well, before I do this, I'm going to do this one, but I'm not going to, I'm not doing all them clips to find the center. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I should have looked. Okay, that was right. Let me see. Because this does it have a right and wrong way? It kind of does. I just want to make sure. I think this one is wrong. Yeah. I'm going to redo this one. There's one that I put at the top up here. It kind of does have a right and wrong way. To me, and I want it to all be going the same way. Which way I like though? Yeah, I like this way. The way it is at the bottom. Okay, that's the only reason I redid it. Okay, so I showed y'all how to make sure the center is the center is the center. Okay, cool. That's good. That's the way. Yeah. But if you cut your pieces, you should be good. Okay. As long as your pieces were cut right, everything should kind of line up without being so finicky about the centers and stuff like that. Okay. I'm gonna show you why I took that a loose in a second. I'm gonna show you what I meant, just in case you didn't understand what happened. There we go. I gotta make sure this elastic, that's the thing that will throw it off. You in the center, yes. Wait. Put you. Okay. Do put another one right here. Okay. So what happened? So this has a direction. Okay. I can just flip it like that and put it in that direction. And that's why so you make a decision on how you want them books to look. Right? Do you like them going that way? Or do you like them going that way? And if it don't matter, but the book really look open. I'm basing it on the the red book. See, when it's this way, it look like the book is facing down. So that's why I'm facing it this way. And it just look like it's just open that from that direction. Okay? It's just a choice. And so it's the same thing on this piece. Because if I turn it that way, it look like it's upside down. I turn it that way, and it looks like it's not upside down. So that's why I took that piece off, because one of them looked like it was going to be upside down. Now, let me get this elastic over here. I need another piece of elastic. Oh, that wasn't it. Here we go. Okay. So I did not do the middle points, and that's because, yeah, I didn't. That's all. And then we're going to take this piece, figure out the right way we want it. And then we're going to take it. We know that it's the same. And we're going to flip it this way like that. Okay. And we're going to... Okay. Make sure that's right. I'm going to take this. It's a little big. Oh, no. Let's kind of walk it this way first. Hubby is singing to somebody. It's a song I hear all too often. I'm sorry. Oh man, it is a song I hear all too often, every night. Okay, I'm gonna leave that. That little small space open. Okay, if you don't trust yourself, you can put an X or mark it or something. Who knows? Really, you don't have to do that, because I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna go all the way around, and I'm gonna end here. Okay, start, end. Okay. Elastic could be a little finicky. That is the type that I have. It's kind of flat. It won't roll. It don't want to roll out the page or nothing. Okay. Something's underneath. That's wavy. For real wavy. Okay. Why this one's so wavy and this one not? The master must be a different size, maybe. Okay. We ready? Let's get this on. Man, that was time consuming, huh? Let's hope the next project is not gonna be that much. I don't have to interface that project. Okay, let's move you this way. We're gonna do something. We're gonna put you up a little bit. And I want you to frown. Okay, so I'm gonna go over a few things really quickly. My position of my needle is at 03. That means I got it in the center. That means with most feet, right, they do have others that might be larger, but the normal regular presser feet, from the middle of from my needle to the side of the foot is 1/4 of an inch. Okay, I showed, already measured it. In case you have any doubts or anything like that, this is 1/4 of an inch. Okay. Let me make sure, I'll show you. I used the gauge. Did I put it back? If you have any doubts, use the gauge. Okay. And look, You may have doubts. Sometimes I have doubts, especially when it's really important. Is it really important in this project? It is not. Okay? I promise you it's not. A seam allowance is not important. I got it to the center. So based on my center, is actually, huh, wait. Yeah, sometimes, okay, that's the beginning of the gauge. Yeah, right there. Yeah, 1/4. Okay? It's like a scant more than a fourth, which is good. Okay? But just know in projects like this, your seam allowance does not matter. Okay? It does not matter. But you do want to keep it, whatever the seam allowance is, you want it all the way around. Okay? That's what matters. What you do on the right side of something, you want to do it on the left. That's what matters. Okay? So we're going to start where I said I was going to start. I'm going to start with this one because remember I have this opening. I want this opening here. We're going to use this opening. Why does it feel so light? Okay. We're going to start here. And I'm going to move this clip to about there because I want to come here. And we aligning that fabric with the edge of that foot. Okay? That means all I need to pay attention to is this side of this foot and this side of whatever I'm sewing. And make sure that this aligns with this at all times. And your seam, your seam will be straight and your everything will be straight. That's it. That's how simple. It couldn't be no simpler than that. Okay? It don't get no simpler. I don't even know if simpler is a word. Are you wanting to start? No, cancel that. I think I hit something by accident, y'all. Okay? We're going to aim this a little different. And all my eyes will never look at that needle. Okay, the needle will not move. Will not move. Do not look at that needle. You will mess up. You will be crooked. It will be all messed up. Do never look at that needle. Okay, never look at that needle, cause the needle be going up and down. It'll confuse you. It start looking like it's zigzagging at the point. It will hypnotize you. Never look at that needle. Okay, just look at this side and this for this 1/4. And there are some, I'm not sure if y'all can see grooves here, here. These are also measurements. So if I wanted it to be an inch seam allowance, then I would follow this gauge. The fabric would go along that. So that's how you sew. Okay? That's how you become a. So I'm gonna drop my needle. My machine drops the needle. I'm doing a lock stitch. Some people do a back stitch. You do want to do a back stitch in this, or a lock stitch in this area where you're gonna be. So I'm gonna move this out the way, and I am gonna back stitch a couple of stitches, and then I'm gonna go forward. That means I'm sewing twice over that spot. That's what that means. And then I'm gonna just run it, and I'm just gonna pay attention to this and this. And when I get to that end down there, I'm gonna turn it and see when. So I know what I'm doing. So I knew exactly how many stitches to get that edge. But that's exactly where it need to be. I'm gonna leave that clip there for a moment. What I'm gonna do one stitch counterclockwise, just one, and then I'm gonna turn it. Now I kind of went one. Now I'm too far over, so I'm gonna back it up. Let's go back. Let's do a back one stitch. Let's go back one, two stitches. Okay, then I'm gonna counterclockwise one stitch. Oh, not backwards, forward. One stitch. Then I'm gonna, and now I'm even with the side. Okay, and then I'm gonna go a little slower here because I don't want to move this until I get there. Remember, because I had that elastic in there, and I don't want it to switch on me. I don't want the big cricket, so I'm holding it down with my hand until I get over it. Then when I get over it, which I'm completely over it, I'm going to back up over it. I want to do a couple of stitches over that elastic. We don't want that elastic coming loose. Okay? I'm not completely off it yet. Okay, I'm off it. And then I'm going to go forward. And I'm going to, oh, I went too far. I'm going to go back, and back. Okay. Then I'm going to do that one stitch counterclockwise. Uh-oh, I went back. Nah, darn it, come on. I got to go 2 now. 1, 2, and then I'm going to go. And if you look on this side, you'll see it's even. Now, it take practice for you to know exactly how many close to get to where you'll be. But you saw when I make a mistake, it's okay. Just back up and correct it. That's it. Okay? It's no big deal. And now we're going to stitch for me. And the only thing I'm doing is making sure I keep that aligned. Okay. Keep that aligned. Okay. So there is a way for you to know using certain feet. And I'm perfectly like I should be. And I'm gonna hold this down. But I need to make sure that's not bunching up because under the where I'm gonna be sewing. Okay? We don't want that bunch up. I'm gonna be sewing. Okay, let's go. And then remember, I got over it. I want to go back. And I heard it just go off, and then I'm going to go forward. Okay. I'm going to kind of do it clockwise. 1 stitch. Just 1. And then I'm going to turn it. I'm going to show y'all in case you see when it's exactly even. Okay. Exactly even with that side over there. Okay. Now we're going to just go. And I'll move this. I want this opening just to be about 1 inch. Well, I said 2 inches, but I'm going to eyeball it. And I'm going to just leave it about that. And I'm going to back stitch. And if you want, you could go forward again, but I usually don't. And then that's my opening. And I'm going to show you what I'm doing with that, but I want to do this other one quickly. Okay. Which side I said I'm leaving open? This side, right? Yeah. Wait, by the top and the bottom. Okay, it's the. Okay. I'm gonna quickly do this one. Y'all can watch. I'm not gonna do too much talking. Gotta do this again, y'all. I'm gonna do that back. 1 stitch. See, if you make a boo-boo, it's okay. I need like a 2 stitch. Another one clockwise, and then I'll be right there at that edge. Like that. I gotta keep that. And backwards. Okay, and then we go forward. That moves out the way. Okay, let's do a clockwise. 1 stitch, and then bam, there you go. Let's get it. Wait, what is that? Okay, so it's not by the middle. Uh-oh, went too far. 1, maybe 2 stitches too far. Go this way, 1 stitch, and And then, yeah, we gotta go back one stitch. Let's go back. Let's go one. Now one stitch. Oh, I did two. Let's go back one. Let's go. Okay. Let me hold that in place. Go backwards over that elastic. Keep that backward stitch. That backward stitch is slow. Oh, went too far. Maybe about 1 or 2 stitches. Go counterclockwise, 1 stitch. Go there. Nah. We're gonna go back 1 stitch. We're gonna go forward 1 stitch, and then do the counterclock 1 stitch, and then now we're there. And it's that simple when you make a little. Get this out the way, and okay, I'm gonna stop you about right there. Let's go another couple stitches. Okay, cool. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. Okay, that's what it looked like. And even though I just did 1/4 of an inch, that's just one. That's not a big seam allowance. It looked like a big seam allowance, but when you're sewing, it's really not. I'm going to trim that down because that's way too much. Okay, so we're gonna take that down like about that much, maybe even, yeah, that's a small. I'm only taking, it really look like I'm taking off a lot, but I'm actually not taking off. I'm gonna show you what I'm taking off. Where's that? That's all I'm taking off. Okay, but it needs to come off though. Okay, and then at the corners, you see, you're gonna go boom and cut them corners definitely. But you do not want to cut the thread that you sewed. If you do that, that means you have a hole. Okay, do not. So I'm going to trim all of this stuff. Oh, I didn't want to get that. There you go. Okay, and right where I have that part, I'm not gonna trim that part. Okay, I'm gonna kind of do something like this. I'm gonna go like this and then get there like that. Okay? Cut real close to that without cutting that stitch, and cut all that off. And then that elastic, I don't want to really cut that elastic off. I'm gonna see if I could keep it because it's hard to cut it anyway, and I just don't want to cut it. It don't matter if you do, but I'm not gonna cut it. And this part here, I'm gonna kind of go like this, and then I'm gonna go like that. Okay, because you want this. See that? You want that to poke out like that. Okay, I'm gonna do the other one really quickly. Yeah, off camera. Just try to get it done. I see that elastic. Oh no, I might cut that off, but we're gonna look. We're gonna see how it turned out without me cutting it off, the elastic portion. If I have to cut it, I will. Well, I'm gonna cut it. Ah! I just didn't want to cut it with these scissors. It's bad with these scissors, okay? I am gonna cut it though. I just need to change scissors to get it. See, it don't like, the scissors don't like cutting that elastic, baby. Okay, I'm gonna cut this elastic on this one too. Okay, cool. Now we gotta get all these little scraps off my little area because it will end up on the floor by accident, and I don't like that because I have to vacuum all that crap up. I have carpet in my room. Oh, crap, some went on the floor anyway. And I do not throw this stuff away. I make memory bears. Okay. This is one of the memory bears I just made. And when I'm stuffing them, he's not finished. I have a pin there that hasn't closed. So let me show you. So there's a pin there. He's not done yet. He's not finished being stuffed. So I'm gonna take the stuffing and I'm gonna take that fabric and I'm gonna put him in there. So you can see he's still not closed in the arms yet. I'm not closed in the arms yet. And so that's what I do with the fabric. I put them in memory bags. I have like 3 memory bags right here that I need to fill up. And although I do have the polyfill, I use these scraps too. Oh, I forgot to put the pin back in it, but I'll get it later. Okay, so let's get to it. Now, I should have made this bigger, but I didn't. And we're going to deal with it. We're going to deal with it, baby. Okay, so we're going to go in there. We're going to find them fabrics. The easiest way to really do it is to start at one of these ends. Wait, that's the bottom. Yeah, how do I know the bottom? The bottom have a little more thickness than the top, remember? Because it has more, it has that pocket down there. So I'm going to start from the top, okay? And I'm going to try to pull, and I'm going to take my finger, and I'm going to push. I'm going to try to push that towards that hole, okay? You know, I could take all that and try to push it. And if I had a stick, which I don't have, I don't see it, but I know I have one somewhere. I could use, don't want to use nothing that can make a hole in the fabric. I could use the edge of a pin. Okay, take it and push that fabric towards that hole. Like that. Okay? I know it don't, but you're going to be able to see it pop out. See it? And then you grab it. And then you pull and pull and pull and pull. Okay, you want to be gentle because you don't want to rip that little small hole. You don't want to make it bigger. And if you do hear it break a little bit, which you don't want, but if you do, it's no big deal. You can fix it, okay? But that's why you make your hole bigger. I make my hole as small as I can because I just do. It depends on the fabrics I'm using. Sometimes I will make the hole way bigger. This fabric is not that thick, okay? Get in there and get that out of here, okay? And I'm gonna do the same thing to this end. Sometimes it take a while. If I was making a bag, like a leather bag or vinyl bag, and then when I have to turn it, oh my God, it could be hard on your hands. You could be turning for a while. Okay, but these shouldn't take you that long. And I made it get hard on myself when I don't make that hole bigger. That is true. So I'm gonna kind of spread that like that, and I'm gonna push that like I did the other end, and push it towards the hole. Just take your time and push it out. Grab it, push, prod, and push, push. There we go. And then I have to. It looks like a mess right now, right? It don't look like much of nothing right now, but that's okay. Because we got to get in that hole, and now we got to go push out some edges. Like that edge right there, which came out real nice. And the reason it did is because when I took that one stitch, that would make that come out good like that, okay, without any problems. And now we're going to do the bottom. Like that. And then we're going to do this bottom like that. And then we're going to take this and flatten it. And then this is the hole. So I'm going to Remember when I didn't cut that portion in there? Because we're going to fold that in. We're going to iron this. And then what I'm going to do is top stitch it. Okay, but I got to... And we'll see what that look like in a second. Let's get the iron ready. Because my iron automatically shuts off after a minute. So while we wait for that to heat up, we're going to grab. So that's what that tab is for. So when I go to close the hole up, I can put that in there, okay? So that's why that's there. And so let's do this one. Take this top here. I don't think I need to show y'all that again, right? Do I? I don't think so. So I'm going to just do it while the iron is heating up. I'm going to take this pin, kind of put it like that. And just get you to open up in there. You can do it like this. That way, and I learned how to do this, man. It gets easier and easier. If I had to write, see, just scoop, poop, 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 poop. Get it to come right out that hole. Okay. Is this hole bigger? I think one of them was bigger than the other. I hope this one is the bigger one, because I sure hope it's not the smaller one. This is the bigger one, because it's coming out a lot easier than this one. Yeah, this one was a little tad bit bigger than that one. The hole was. Okay. This is the hardest part. Now, this is the hardest part. I guess if anything is hard. But everything, this little bitty thing is time consuming, as y'all saw. Sewing is not something you do quickly. It's a process. Like the preparation is what really gets people, turn people away. You know, because like it really did take me a couple of hours. I've been cutting fabric all day for just the projects, right? The scrunchies that we did first, that we sewn, and then these. And then I have, I think it's three book sleeves. Yeah. And then, of course, bonnets. But I've been sewing, I know it took me like 3 hours just to cut these things. It may take you less time if you have a pattern, but I don't have any patterns, so I just kind of wing it, come up with my own measurements. May sit there for a while trying to decide, okay, what measurements I want to use. And then I write them down, so when I make it again. So this is my first time making these. With these measurements. I've never made this before at all. But with these measurements or without these measurements, okay, this is my first time making these. I decided to try them at the craft store, see if they end up being popular or not. We'll see. Okay, so now we gotta do the ironing, and then we're gonna do top stitching, and those will be done. So let's see what that end up looking like. I do not want to iron, of course, so I want to make sure that's in the back of that. I don't want to iron the elastic, okay? So be careful. I do want to put on steam. And look how quick. Oh, and that's on the wrong side. So that's okay. I'm doing the back side right now. I know you can't see it, but you will. Let me put this down a little bit. Okay. So this is the back side. This is the back side. How do we know that's the back side? Because there's no pocket on it. Okay. Twist that around a little bit. And that's the front side. And how we know that's the front side? Because there's the pocket for the pencils. Okay. And that is cute. You can see how it looks on a book. If I could find one. I said if I could find one. Oh my God. Because I'm going to be honest. I don't think I've read a book in a minute. That's close. That's going to be close by. Okay. I will have to go downstairs to the living space, maybe. I'll go in one of my son's room. They read. Okay. Okay, so here y'all go. What y'all thinking? They're not done yet. When I top stitch it, I'm gonna end up closing that hole. Okay, so I gotta see. I have black thread in, so I'm gonna go around the hole there, even though you can't tell it's there. It's right here. Okay, you can tell here because when I was pulling, but that's on the side of it, so you can't tell. Okay. I'm gonna top stitch. Top stitch kind of means just going around, and what that does is first it makes things look better, and it makes sure that nothing pulls up. Like for now, I could pull this apart like that, but once I top stitch, it'll remain flat. Okay, so we're gonna do that. They're both perfectly the same size. I mean, I kept the seam allowance like it should have been. Yeah, and it looks good. Now, let's talk about this top stitching. So what is top stitching? I already told y'all what it is, but how do you top stitch? Okay, so let me put these clips where they need to go, or they will be, I will lose them slowly but surely. One at a time, I'll end up losing. Okay, there we go. So remember, there's a seam allowance when you're sewing, but not when you're top stitching. I could use this foot, but there's other foots that'll make this so much easier, baby. And listen, sewing is about, if you want great work, use the tools that are available to you, okay? Use the tools that are available. Man, that's going to end up on the machine. I'm going to need to clean it. Okay. I have so many feet, it's ridiculous, but they all have a use. And this foot in particular, let's take a look at it. Now, I'm going to show you the regular foot that I was using before. This is the one I was using before. And this is one of the potential ones that I may use now, right? There's a big difference. Let me grab the one that fell. I got to grab it for you. There's some big differences. This is just a regular foot, regular, normal foot. It's open toe, so you can clearly see in it. That's a good thing, because they have some that are smaller and things. But this is your regular, normal foot that comes with basically every sewing machine. And this is different. It has an opening, so you can do zigzags and you could do straight. It also, though, has this portion right there underneath. You see it? Let me see if there's another option that we could go with. And then we'll discuss it too. There's so many of these things. But I think this is the one I'm going to go with. Let me see. I have that one, but there's another one. It's the same, but just in a different spot. So let me show you how this works. You can, when you sew with this, you put that edge on side the fabric like that, and you sew, boom, 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 boom. That means you're going to be straight every time. You see it? That portion right there. And so you would fix your needle where you want it to be. And top stitching goes close to the edge, but not too close. So if you put that like that, and you will put your needle in that space, in this portion, and just follow the edge, and it'll be perfect. And that's what we're gonna do. Now, that's the foot. That's the foot helping you. The stitch length is what's important here. Regular stitches could be anywhere from 2 millimeters apart to 2.5. But when you top stitch, you want it to be longer. It looks better when it's longer. So I know y'all can't see these settings, but I'll show them to y'all. 3, number 3 means just a straight stitch from the center. Okay, and then I have all these and all these and all these. Okay, I can do letters, alphabets, symbols. I could do things like this, and of course then I got all these. Okay, number 3 is a straight stitch, and when I put it on 3, it shows this is the needle position is in the center, and then because it's a straight stitch, this is what matters. This is saying how long the stitch is, 2.5. But since I'm about to do a top stitch, I'm going to add and make that bigger. And some people do 3, right? This one goes up to 5. I never do 5, of course not. Sometimes I do 4, but definitely 3.5 is what I'm gonna do. Okay, but I'm gonna show you the difference and what they look like. So we're gonna put it on 2.5. Let's do a 2.5. We're just gonna do it on something, anything. Let me find a piece of fabric that something that. Oh lordy. Let me see. I just need something, anything, but it can't be just anything, right? Gotta be something I don't need. I have all kinds of projects outside of me. Let me see. So got a scrap bag of fabrics here. Let's see. Oh no, I don't need to go through that. Let's sew it on this. Okay. This is just a piece of batting. Okay. I don't care about that right there, but okay, we're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave it on 2.5. I'm gonna do a stitch 2.5. Let's see what it look like. Because it's let me see. Can you? Nah, that guy's a pile. I can't use that, y'all. I can't use that. Let me go through my thing like I said I was gonna do. Can't really see it. That's why. Here goes some scraps. I don't want a big piece of scrap. I just want a small piece of scrap. Okay, here we go. That's kind of tight too. I'm gonna move the needle because I have to. Okay, because I'm gonna follow this edge. as if I was top stitching. I'm gonna drop the needle. And I am gonna go all the way to the end so we can see the stitch, okay? And when I top stitch, I do go slower. I'm gonna be honest, okay? Because you want it to be pretty. Okay. That wasn't too close to the edge. But ooh, that came close to the edge. See how close that is to the edge? Okay, but what the point is, see how small it is? It just looked like a regular stitch. It's nothing to it, right? But I'm gonna up that stitch. And we're gonna do it again. We're gonna do it from this edge. And I am gonna move that needle some more, okay? The needle, I think it should be a little farther. Okay, we're gonna follow this edge. I'm even following the curve a little bit, okay? Just to show off a little bit. And see that it's not bunched, it's longer, and this one is short. This one is really short, and this one is longer. And it does make a difference, although you may not be able to see it. Is this thing zoomed in? No wonder. I did not know that thing was zoomed in. Okay, let me see. I knew that was looking crazy. It just looked better, especially when you go with the fabric. Okay, anyway, let's do it. I am going to start from this closing, that hole that I'm trying to close. We're going to make sure that I don't stitch over this elastic. And I am going to use that edge on the edge. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to make sure that's out the way. And I'll drop that needle. I'm gonna lock stitch it instead of back stitching. I do not like back stitching on a top stitch. And let's go. I'm gonna do that one stitch, and then we're gonna see if it. Nope, I'm gonna do 2 stitches there. Look like. Okay, I'm gonna move this out the way. And we're gonna clockwise that like that. It might take 1 or 2. And we'll turn you like that. Move you out the way. Can't really see, this thing is in my way. Boom, boom. Okay. It should be in my way again. Okay, here we go. Do that stitch clockwise. 1. I think 1 was good in that case. Okay. How many? 1. Is that enough? Nope, we need 2. Okay, perfect. Move you out the way and let's get. Gotta lift you up. It's going over that pocket, the beginning of it. And it's. Okay. Let's see what it looked like when it's. I don't know if it changed the look. Let's take a look. This one is flatter. It looks more sturdy. And this one yeah, it did change the look. It looks good. Like, let's see how many pencils can fit. Definitely two, and maybe a third one. Let me see. Yeah, three. Three pens can get in there. Okay. I like it, and we'll find a book and show you. Take a, let me see. My business tablet. Let's grab that. And I did not test the elastic, which I should have. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I should have tested, meaning I should have. I guesstimated on how much elastic is needed, but it's not the big. Is that the front? Oh yeah, that is the front. Okay. Let's see. I just wanted to. Uh-oh. This really is meant for a book, not a tablet, but it should fit the tablet. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, but not this type of tablet because it will fold this. This is soft plastic, so I would have to maybe make it. Let's see if it'll fit if I did it like this, because it is a bookmark. It's really meant for a book, a book, not a tablet. Okay, I gotta find one. To go in one of my kids' rooms or downstairs. I do not want to go downstairs. Do I? I don't have a book. I haven't read a book in a minute. Not even a sewing book. I gotta have. I do have a book up here. I'm just. Oh, I see one, but that might be small. I do see it though. We're gonna test it. Let me just get through this one, and then we're gonna get to the next project. I do see a book though. I see it. Uh oh. I'm gonna lose the foot. How about snowing again? You're calling the hogs. There's nothing I can do about it. Let me see, do I want to make any changes? No, it look good. The honest truth, what I need to change is that needle. Okay? That's what I really need to change is that needle. I could have made it white where you couldn't see it at all, but it looks good. It just does not stand out the way I thought it would, and that's because I don't know why. It looks good though. I guess it would have stood out if I would use red. It's not really standing out. Top stitching, as far as I'm concerned, I do it for it to stand out. So if I change the thread to yellow or red or even blue, it'll stand out. No, this, yeah, but I'm gonna just keep it where it's at, and we're gonna just do what we do. Wait, I'm gonna raise that up. I do want to change that needle position, and I'm gonna make it closer to the edge than it is. Hubby is snoring, y'all. He is really snoring for real. He ain't playing. He ain't playing. He said, look, I want everybody to know that I'm asleep. He want all the neighbors to know that he's sleeping. He's not joking, baby. He said, if you don't know I'm asleep, you're going to know now. He letting everybody know. Okay, we go. Also, my tension, that's what I should have changed. I think I would change the tension, maybe. I can't really see because this plastic is getting in my way. Okay, you about to hop over that pocket. Okay. I don't know, did you scrunch it a little bit? You probably did. I don't know. It looked like you scrunched it a little bit. Okay, you're looking good. You're looking good. As good as I can get you, I guess. Oh, yeah, it's close, huh? Because that 4, that might be a little long. Oh, I'm back at the end. I sure am. Didn't even know it. Okay. Look like I went over there. Did I go? Yeah. That's long. Okay, cool. And there we have it. I hear my son. Malik! Let's see here if he can throw me a book. Because I don't want y'all to see my nasty book, y'all. That book says hot sex. And I'm like, I don't want to put the bookmark on that. Somebody might say this is an adult video if I use that book. But it is called hot sex, okay? I'm not, I'm like one of my, that's the only reason I reach for that book. I'm like, oh God, don't reach for that book, okay? But let's say this is a book. It's easier. Let's say this is a book and it goes on a book like this, okay? Goes on a book and you put your pens in. It could be a thick book, as you can see this is a thick. It still has some room for the elastic. See the elastic? That means it could go longer on a longer book or a wider book. And you just put your pens on it. Yeah, that's better than me getting that nasty book, okay? Okay, my freaky days has not gone away, okay? My freaky days are still here. Might be here to stay. And I don't need y'all to see my books, okay? So that is 2 bookmarks. Now, let's be honest. Okay, by the time it took, and it didn't take me long to cut these, but y'all saw how long it took me to interface. So y'all watched me cut it, but I had already measured it out. So I had already measured it out. It didn't really take that long to measure it out, to be honest. But then y'all watch me cut. Then y'all watch me interface. Then you watch me sew it up. Okay, and I only did 2. I thought I cut out 3, but no. I only see 1 piece left. So I think this was the additional piece the that really didn't meet the measurements, right? And like I said, you make your own measurements, okay? But my measurements was, the pocket was 11 by 3, and then it was folded, so that's why it's smaller, right? And the back and front. Oh, by the way, I did show y'all the back, right? So this the back and that's the front. The back and front pieces was 8.5 by 3. Okay, and then the elastic, I think I did, what was it, 9.5, 10? You can do whatever measurements you feel, but the interfacing, you could interface all the pieces equally. I interface the front and the back, but then the front portion, the pocket, I only interface half of it. I could have interfaced both, the whole strip and then folded it, but I didn't see a reason to do that. Could I have done this without any interfacing? Yes. Okay, would have been a little more floppy, but what you're going to use it for, it don't have to be sturdy, right? It's going to be on a book like this. And your pens just need to go in. So do you need interfacing? I don't think so. Okay? I don't think so. I yeah. So I gotta put this in my bag of things I've done, and I only have 2 done. I feel like I wasted a whole lot of time with just 2 things. But okay, so what's next? They already cut, and the good thing is they don't need to be interfaced. Okay, so I haven't chosen a piece. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this yet. Whether it's gonna be a lining or a outside piece, but they are cut. Okay, I'm gonna put that to the side. Here go the second piece. I'm not worried about that. I am gonna put batting in the middle of this. I don't know why, cause I don't think I need it, cause it's soft and fluffy already. And so let me show you what I'm doing. Um, so these are gonna be book sleeves where you protect your books. For those of you with hardcover books or even softcover books, you can also put your you can put your iPads and tablets and things in this because this is a large anyway. I do have measurements for a medium and a small, but I know lots of readers and readers end up with bigger books as well. So I'm making the larger size. And how am I making it? I haven't decided which one gonna be the front, or did I? I think I did. I decided that this is gonna be the front. This is gonna be your pocket on the front, and this is gonna be the lining. Okay, that's on this one. And on this one, this is this print is going on this black. That's the pocket. Okay, so it's going like this. This, and where's my lining portion? Did I choose a lining? Oh, I have to choose a lining. And I was going to put just one piece of batting in between for the protection. Okay, but I may do that. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Cause this is flannel kind of fabric already. It's kind of really soft, cushiony already. This looks like velvet. It feels like velvet. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna. I have to decide because if I don't use it and I need it, um, I guess I would be able to still, if I need it, when I do the lining, I would know. I would be able to remedy it, I think. And if it's too much and too thick, could it be ever too thick? Let me check. I don't think it could be too thick. Especially when for a book though, it could be too thick. Okay, if iPad, no, a book, yes, it could be too thick for a book, and that's what I'm afraid of. It's cushiony enough to make sure your books don't get scratched up. So I don't think I need the batting with this fabric. Now with that other fabric, the fabric that I use for these, I I would need batting. But this fabric I don't need batting. Okay. So the first thing I'm gonna do, I think I need to change that needle because the needle is terrible. Okay, so that's the needle. This is just like a screwdriver for the sewing machines. They have a couple different ones. This is just one of them. There is a little thing here. Sometimes I can unscrew it with my hands, and sometimes I can't and this is the needle. Okay, I've sewn lots of things with this needle. Okay, I'm not really for throwing away needles, to be honest. I have something where I'll push it in and out to sharpen it. So I'm gonna put that there. And then you don't just throw them in the trash even if you were throwing them away. Okay. Now, my sewing machine has different compartments. There's a compartment back here that I didn't know was back here for like a couple of years. Okay. I'm exaggerating, it wasn't a couple of years, but I have needles. This ballpoint is for stretching materials. Universal needles. Okay, so this is ballpoint, stretching materials. Universal could be for any, and that's what we're gonna be using. And these are twin, and it says stretch twin needle. If I need a twin needle, I have some more. They're all over the place, but I try to keep them here. I tend to, I don't know, it'd be bad when my stuff aren't where I originally want to put it. Is this on backwards or something? Shouldn't that come up? Yeah, okay. Thought so. And then you're supposed to be able to bend that. But you could tell I bought these needles from Walmart, y'all. My husband went and I don't know. Okay. It's a needle, though. It's a needle. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, the reason why I need this is because I don't want to put my fingers underneath this needle. And when I want to push the needle up, I use this to push the needle up. Okay? I'm going to use that. There's no, you put the needle, the flat side of the needle goes to the back. And then I know you probably can't see my hands in a way. Okay, see, I got my hand in there, but I'm going to have to use that. I take this and I push this up. And once it's all the way up, I turn. Make sure that's all the way up. Turn, and then I use this to turn it tight. Okay? I know you can't see what I'm doing, but it's okay. I'm explaining it. I can make a video showing you how to do it if you need it. But now that's tight, and I put this back so I don't lose it. And I'm gonna make sure I don't stick myself with these. Get that back in there some kind of way. Okay? I know. It's like the craziest thing. I never had this issue with no other company, but it's called Hello Hobby, a Walmart brand. Okay, throw that back there. Okay, let's re-thread this needle, which is very easy because my machine threads it for me. Okay, so here's my thread, which I may change. I couldn't find the black. This is like real navy blue. I'm gonna use it. Okay, so everything was already threaded. So when it get rethreaded, I gotta go through 6. There's numbers 6, and then there's 7, and then I just leave it there like that. I make sure my needle is all the way up with the hand wheel, which it is, and then there's a button on this side right here. See it? And when I do that, down like that, my needle is threaded. I just have to go in the back and pull it. And that's it. It's threaded. Boom. That is simple. I need to take this foot off because I don't need this foot anymore. I just need my regular foot or one like it. This is not the same one that I had on before, but it's one like it. It's just as similar. Okay. And bam. Now we ready. Okay, we're ready. Make sure you hit the thumbs up if y'all learning something. Now let's get to our second project. And I do need to switch this because I'm going to sew the pocket first. The pocket, I already folded it. Okay, so that's to have no raw edge at the top. I took this piece of fabric. I'm going to show y'all what I did. I folded it once, right, like that. I folded it once, then I folded it twice. And then I need to sew that in place. I could, let me just use this foot. It's no big deal. Okay, I'm just gonna sew right across. And I am going to keep this edge to the edge of that foot. I'm going to change my needle to 3, and it's going to be centered. So now normally what I would have done, if it mattered, I would have sewed from this edge and just barely caught that. But that don't matter, as long as this stay down, okay? So now let's look at it from this end. If I sew from that and use that edge, I'm gonna be sewing right down the center of this, right? The needle is in the center, like the center. Now I could move my needle over, which I am gonna do. Let's do that. Now when I move my needle, it's gonna fall about right here, which is better. And so that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna sew it from, I don't wanna sew it from the side. Because the top stitch always look better than the bottom stitch. So I want the better stitch to be at the top. And therefore, I'm going to stitch from the top. Okay? But I know where the needle going to land. I know it's going to catch it because we did all the measurements from that side, right? So, yeah. So we know. Okay? Put that needle. Let's go back a little. Do I need to go back? I really didn't need to go back on every stitch. Okay? And then I'm going to just keep this edge of this aligned to the edge of that foot. And this is a top stitch. I'm gonna let them stitch a little bit. I don't think you're gonna be able to see it though because of this fabric. So I don't think it really matters. And the reason we don't have to worry about back stitching it because this is gonna be sewn into another portion of the project. Now let's take a look on this side. Remember where I told you it was that stitch was gonna land? It landed right where we knew it was gonna land. Okay. And so that's gonna be the pocket. And so what does that mean? Let's sew the pocket on. Okay. And then you go this way. Let me put this out the way. Now I'm going to clip it to make sure it stays in place. Let's get the clips. What did I do with them? Just kind of stick them in. Make sure they don't shift on you too much. For some reason it looks like that might be a little crooked from the bottom. Move you. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of just quickly go around this. Okay, just kind of base stitch it. It don't have to be a permanent stitch. It don't have to be too, I don't have to get too finicky with it. It just needs to be basted on. And I'm actually, since I'm basting it, instead of using that edge on the edge, I'm gonna use an inside edge. Or I can use that edge on the edge, but I move my needle closer that way. Let's do that. So I'm really gonna be sewing close to the edge, and I'm gonna be using a long stitch because I'm just basting it on. So I moved that to 5, I'm gonna just quickly because I just don't want it to move when I really sew. And that's what all I'm doing. Okay. I could backstitch, don't have to backstitch, that don't matter. I'm gonna have to wait. Uh-oh, what happened? Something's pulling. Let's see. Let me raise this up. Let's see what's pulling. Okay. Oh, something's not right. It looks like my bobbin is out. Something's out. Not sewing. Is my bobbin out? No, bobbin's not out. Something happened. It did some skip stitching. Right? Did it? Oh no, it stitched. Wait. No, it did. It skipped right up in there. Huh. I wonder why I did that. That's a new needle. I don't know why. Let's try it again and see what happened. Doing it again? Yeah. Doing it again. I wonder what's going on. It might be the actual fabric. No, it shouldn't be no fabric issue. Ah. Oh. Now I'm getting tired. As soon as I get a problem, I start getting tired. What the world? Okay, we're gonna try this again. Because it's sewed here fine. It's just right in that area. Okay, let's just see what's going on. I might have to, because I did change the needle and I didn't fully rethread it, and that might be what I have to do. Okay, so let's see. No, it's stitched. It's stitched that time. Okay. Let's just skip. Really, this is just based in stitch anyway, but it's stitched. Maybe it's because I'm going too fast. Let me slow down there. As soon as I say let me slow down, I go faster. Okay. Oh my God. Let me just basting this crap on. It's just based on. Oh, is it doing it again? I don't know. I can't tell. I guess we'll see in a minute. No, it's stitched. Okay. On base. We're just basing you on, baby. That's all we're doing. That's all. Okay. We're inside the seam allowance. We're not caring about nothing. But making sure that you're on. Basting just means baste it on so it won't move. That's all. Uh-oh, I hit something. I don't know what I hit. Okay, it did not like what I did. Okay, so how easy is these things? These things are really, really easy. You take two sides and you face them towards each other and you sew them up. If you want a pocket on the front, you put the pocket on the front like I already put the pocket on the front. Now, the thing is, if I want to split this pocket in half, I got to do it now. I don't know if that's what I want to do, but I think I may want to. I was thinking about putting a spot for pins, right? Pins. But the only reason I don't know if I want to do that is because a pin to get lost in here. It's so long. See how long that pocket is? Okay, so I was thinking, no, this would be a pocket where if you want to put your tablet in, like it. Okay, I know it's big. Okay, but you got a book in the inside. You can have your tablet on the outside. Okay, that's a big pocket. I can even put the pocket in this way. Well, I think the measurements. When I created this pattern, I was thinking about my tablet, and so I used kind of the measurements of the tablet, increased it up a little bit, and that's how I came up with the measurements. You come up with your own measurements for everything you make, or you could use somebody else's. When people be on the people's videos saying, "What are the measurements? Why are you giving the measurements?" Just come up with the measurements. There's no exact formula unless you create something for something in particular. Like if I wanted to create a pattern, a sleeve for these scissors, then I come up with it. And then you have these same scissors and you say, hey, what was the measurements? But if you have these scissors, then the measurements that I use for these scissors wouldn't work for these scissors. And that's the point. Right? Your book may not fit my measurements. Your book might be smaller, it might be larger. You measure your book. You measure the thickness of your book. When you wanna, let me give you an example. I really don't have a book for real except that book. Let me go grab a book. You didn't want to give me your big book because you got stuff on it. I don't want to go all the way down the stairs. Okay, but this is fine. And I don't want to show my sexy book. Okay, so book. Okay, book. Let's say you want to create a sleeve or something for something this size. And how do you measure this? Okay, I wouldn't even take a measure, like I wouldn't take a tape measure and like that. You can, but you don't have to. What I would do is I would start off with something that I know is bigger and have lots of fabric around it, right? So I don't, I can't remember. I think it's 12 inches, but I think if I'm correct, I don't know what this measurement is, but let me give you an example of what I mean. I take this book and I set it in, and how much do I have on the top, like this, and how much do I have at the bottom, like this? Do I have enough to cover, and how much do I have on the sides? Okay, I have a lot more on the sides than I do at the top and in the back, right at the top and bottom. But I do have enough to cover the full bottom. So if I made this using this size that I have here, which I am about to make, literally actually, but This book, I know for a fact, will fit in it without any problems. There's enough on because remember, you're putting two pieces of fabric together that has the same amount of space here. So this portion of this book is going to be double this. So this thing going to be quite wide, that even though it's going to be flat, unless I cut the corners, I can I can box the corners and it'll definitely fit in with a lot of space. But for this type of project, I wouldn't box the corners, right? But I know, and we all know just by looking at it, you know that book gonna fit in there, right? Gonna take a little bit of seam allowance off of each end, but it's definitely gonna fit. But let's say it was a bigger book, you would do the same thing. Just make sure the fabric is wide enough all around it. It's gonna come up the sides of all four sides with some clearance, and that's all you need to do. If you want it bigger than that book, add some inches to the top front, the side, however you want to do it. And that's how you do it. That's how you do it without measurement. Now, if you want to do it technically with some measurements, which is a little more, let me see what my ruler is. Now you're going to just measure the book. Okay, what side is the? I'm going to measure this book. This book is, oh, am I on the right side? No, I'm on the right side. This is 5 inches by 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 7.5. No, it wasn't even. Let me see. 5 by 8. This is 5 by 8. Okay. Now you can't make something 5 by 8 and this fit in it. Why? Because you forgot about the thickness of the book. The thickness is important. So the thickness of this book is 1 inch. Okay. So we know that it's 1 inch on this side, this side. So you need at least 2 inches on these sides to add to, I think we said it was 5 inches. So we need 5, 6, 7. And I think this side we said it was 8 inches, 9, 10. So 7 by 10. So now you need a 7 by 10. But a 7 by 10 gonna be barely still fitting this book because you got seam allowance. That's gonna be a tight fit. It's not gonna fit still because you need seam allowance. So now you gotta add your seam allowance to the 7 by 10, depending on what your seam allowance is. 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch times 2 is a 1/2 inch. So you will put a 1/2 inch to the each, but make it give. If you want a tight fit exactly for this book, using 1/4 inch seam allowance, you need 7.5 by 10. No, 10.5. 7 by 10. Well, I should have wrote it down, y'all. I'm getting confused. 7.5 by 10.5. And this book will perfectly fit there. Perfectly though. No, with no extra. Okay, with no extras. It will perfectly fit in that sleeve with no extras. And that's when you add a little bit extra. Just make it an inch bigger on each side, which will be when I said 7.5. So make it 8.5 by, is it 10.5? Yeah. No. Yeah. No. What I said. I should have wrote it down. But y'all get, I hope y'all get the point. Get the point. Add in a little extra so you'll have extra little room. Okay? But that's simply how to do it. And I'm going to be honest, the easiest way is to get your piece of fabric, like I did, like this here, and wrap that around. And the reason I know this will fit because, and it's going to have the extra that I needed. When I put this in the center like this is not just to there, but it's a whole nother inch bigger. When you do that, on both sides. Now it's not an inch bigger, but it's going to be 2 inch bigger. So it's going to be 2 inch more that's needed at the bottom and the top. Okay, because you got to times this 2 when I put it. So what do I mean by that? This is one piece of fabric and this is the other side, right? So let's say this is the inside of what I'm making. See? So if this has an extra inch, then that means this side has an extra inch too. See what I mean? So therefore, that's how you get that extra 2 inch. And if this side has an extra inch on this side and equally on this side, then the other piece had that same. So that's why when I'm making right now, remember I said it's made for a big book. This is made for a big book. Now, let's use this iPad as an example. This iPad, see, I have room at the top that'll fold over and at the bottom. It barely is folding over though, but it does fold over. And it seems to fold over about an inch on the top and the bottom. Let me show you. It's folding over about an inch. But this, so, and on this side, it seems to be folding over extra, also by an inch. By an inch. So, it's going to be an inch with that fabric and an inch with the other side. That's 2 inches. 2 inches on each side. This going to fit in, and it's going to have a lot of room. Width and length. Okay. It's definitely going to be able to fit in neatly, nicely, and everything. Okay? And that's the quick way of making sure that your measurements, and your tablet might be different than my tablet. Your tablet might be smaller, it might be wider, it might be shorter, it might be thicker, but this way of measuring will always work. Okay? Now, next time I'm going to show you how to make clothes, okay? If y'all want to know how to make some clothing without a pattern, you're going to make your own pattern that fits your own body. Because it's kind of the same little thing. It's that same. Don't buy nobody's patterns for no clothing. That's got to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Okay, and I tried to get into buying patterns for clothes. I remember when they were 99¢, I went and I have a lot of them. And then I started to go and I make the clothes and they don't fit my body. What the hell is this? What you mean? I bought this pattern. You told me I could fit. And I fit in it, but it don't look good. It don't fit me. It's not meant for me. And so a pattern is just a guide. If you got to take your measurements, then why are you buying patterns? I'm like, I don't know. Buying patterns, people. No, I don't mind supporting like indie patterns for bags. Especially since they show you how to make them. They take their time and I think it's worth, me supporting them. But because I ain't gonna lie, I learned how to sew bags here on YouTube. I didn't even know that's how you made handbags until I came to YouTube. I was like, what? I can make bags? It's as simple as me making clothes, except interfacing. Okay, interfacing. Okay, so let's get this done. So I don't even know what my lining gonna be, but I thought I cut it out, and I may have. Let me look. I thought it was black. Where did I see it? Let me see. Let's see this. This is the pocket. Okay, I got this for this piece. I thought I cut out 4 black pieces, but I only see 2 black pieces. And I knew I wanted the inside to be black because I didn't want nothing to clash with this pocket. Okay? And I didn't have any other color. I didn't have red, and I don't have green fabric, and I don't have yellow fabric neither. I don't, yeah. The only thing I have is black fabric. That would not clash with it. Now, the book fabric, I was thinking about putting the book, even though it's white, it still could go on the inside and be a cute little fabric in the inside. But I still thought it would clash. I just was like, nah, that I don't want that to clash. Okay. So, but I cannot find it. I can't even find the second black piece. Probably sitting here on the bed. Let me see. Um, yeah. I wonder if I was thinking about adding this in, because I do not. I think that's gonna clash. Even though they have yellow, they have red, and they have blue. It's the white. It's the white that I just don't. Let me see. You're not gonna really be able to see it until you open it, right? So it's gonna be like this is the outside. Okay. It's gonna be like this is the outside. And the inside, what you're gonna only see when you open it to put your book in and out, that's the inside. What y'all think? I gotta think about this before I sew that, because I do not want to unpick that. And it's just a book sleeve, so I don't think it's a big problem. I think I'm gonna do it. I see I overthink too much every time I make something. It's easier with a pattern when they telling you what to choose, the size, what colors, what shape. It's easier for me. But it's not best for me. Okay, it is easier when other people making all the decisions, because I get caught up on things like this. I get caught up on, I don't know, this did not, this did bunch. I knew that was bunching. I did see it bunching right here. It didn't really baste it really well right up in there, but I did clip it, so. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be a problem. It is the inside of the book sleeve. It is a book sleeve. Okay. But since, remember I said I wasn't going to use the batting because the fabrics that I was using was soft like this. And the inside was soft like this too. But now since I'm using this in the inside, I am going to put batting on the other side of this. Okay. It don't even make sense that I'm doing that. This is for a book. Books don't need padding. That's ridiculous. What am I doing? Let me think. Let me rethink this. Books don't need padding. That don't make that don't make sense. It gotta make logical sense for me to do it. That don't make sense. iPads though. Yes, I would put padding. This don't need no padding. Okay. Oh, no inside. Okay, let me. Okay, I know what to do. We're gonna put this one to the side so I can make some decisions when I decide to make some. And just do the one that I already know exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so the gray, the pink. This is the pocket. The pocket goes on here. Okay. And these are the inside. This is the lining. Let me just sew this up, okay? my decision making is really bad. This one gonna be easy. So right sides together and just sew around it. Not completely, you leave the top open. Okay. And then this is the pocket. Okay. And I do need to stitch across the top of the pocket to keep that fold from unfolding, right? Like I did the other one. And then I can then baste it on, or I don't have to baste it on. I can just put it there and then sew it together. Okay, without all that business. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move this out of my way. Let me attach this into this pocket, and then we're gonna get. So at least I get one of them done before I end this room. Okay. I don't like to have things half done. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing we did over there, except I am gonna do it like I did here. Okay, we're not really caring about backstitching or anything, but we gotta make sure that okay, that's stitched up. Boom, boom. It looks good. And now, am I gonna baste this on or not? Let me think about it as depends on how I feel. What I would suggest, if you're new to sewing though, I would suggest that you find the centers on the bottoms like I showed y'all on the other projects, and then match the centers of this piece with the center of that piece. Okay. To me, it looked like you could just eyeball it. If you cut everything and you know you cut everything at the right right sizes, right? Then, but if you didn't, for those who don't, because there's a lot of people who don't cut squares and boxes. Like they just really, like my grandmother used to just cut, like for real. My grandmother would just cut a big piece and another piece, and one piece would be smaller than the other. So she would find the centers, and then the smaller piece, she would line it up to the center of the bigger piece, and that's how you line stuff up. And then she would just sew, and it would be all extra fabrics over here. And then after she sewed, she would just cut that extra stuff off. That's how Granny did that. Okay, Granny did that. Granny wasn't over here with no rulers and stuffing and drawing boxes and cutting boxes to make sure it was perfect. Grandma did not do that. Okay, Granny was she could make an outfit in no time. Granny knew what she was doing, okay? Okay, so here we go. And she didn't have no clips. Now, she had some pins, but she didn't have no clips. And I have pins, too. I just don't like them. And, but I do have to sometimes keep things stable. There's other ways to keep things stable with basting spray. I can hurry up and just baste this if I want to just spray it. Just some basting spray. Just to make sure it don't move, but then it goops up your needle. The only way you'll use that if you're gonna sew a couple of, give it, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes between the spraying. So it won't cook up your needle. But where are my clips? I keep sitting things in places. Oh, I sit them on the bed. Okay, I'm gonna sew this, y'all. All my talking is going away. I am gonna clip this though. Okay, I may baste it in place. I don't know. I don't really see a need to really baste it in place. this in place. Okay, and then you put the other piece on top. Right sides together. And pin that. Or clip it. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to just sew 3 sides. I'm going to leave the top open. And then I'm going to do the same thing to these pieces. I don't even have to put them apart. They was already ready for me. But this piece, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave an opening on one of the sides. And we're going to flip it. Like we do the other things you see me do, right? That we take it and we're going to sew it right sides together. And then we're going to... Okay, so I'm going to put these two, I guess, while I'm here. I'm going to leave it, and this type of thing, I'm going to leave it on the side, the opening on the side, instead of on at the bottom. On one of these sides. And I'm going to quickly sew this up. For some reason, I don't look even, huh? I'm going to turn it on this side. Oh, no, it's even, okay. Just making sure. See, I know I sewed this to the measure, the perfect measurement. I didn't do it like my grandma, okay? I did measure. And I made sure everything was measured correctly. Okay, let's sew. I guess me sewing is redundant. It's like I'm doing the same exact thing. I'm just gonna get to the sewing machine, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start from this top, and I'm gonna leave this side open. So I'm gonna sew here. I'm gonna skip. Not even. It don't need to be a big open. It's way too big, but it just need to be a small enough open. And then I'm gonna go and then continue to sew around. That's what I'm gonna do. And we're keeping the edge aligned for that 1 scant over 1/4 of an inch. And, you know, the stitch length is at 2.5 inches of construction. I'm okay with the wait, is that stitching? Yeah, it is. The opening could, I wanted it farther at the bottom anyway than at the top. So I'm okay with that. And I'm gonna skip here. Okay, and I'm gonna go to about right there. And then we're gonna sew. And with something like this, it don't matter if you do a corner. You don't have to really do that corner thing because you're not gonna be sticking on no corners, no points. So you just stitching pretty well. Got 1 more or 2 more stitches. I think 1 more might do fine. Oh, that's way too many. Let's go back. There you go. Okay. want to take it from underneath. We're going to grab the other one and put it right underneath. Where the top? That's the top. Okay, let's start at the top. And we're going to just add it, chain stitch it. Alright, there we go. I forgot I wasn't paying. Oh, this one has the pocket, that one didn't. Pay attention. I'm going to back stitch over this area right here because that's where the pocket begins. Okay, we want to make sure that doesn't. Okay, we want to make sure that doesn't move. I need to open it on. No opening on this. Okay, I got one more stitch. I don't know, that might. No, that's good. Okay. Going all the way around. One more stitch. Boop, boop. Right there, just in case, but we don't need to because so we'll stitch that. Okay, both of them are cooked together. There's always a cutter on your machine. Well, not always, but on some machines. I don't think they're on all. Okay. Okay, so one of them is the lining, and one of them is the. So let's take a look and see what we got here so far. This is the outside. How do we know? Because of that pocket. I mean, this is the main part of the sleeve. Okay, y'all see it? Now, how are we going to get the lining in there? We're going to do right sides together. I'm going to put the one with the hole is the one I want to be on the outside because that's where I got to pull things through. And I'm going to put this inside on that one, okay? Oh, there's some things. Do I need to? So see how my, let me see if I can get the poke out. See how that's not really poked out? See that? You know why that is? Because I didn't cut those corners. So we're going to do that. Now, to be honest, have a customer ever come and say, hey, your corner's not poked out all the way. They're not really squared. I've never had nobody do that. But then again, I usually always make sure my corners can come out. And the way you make sure the corners can come out is you trim up this. Okay? Trim it up like that. So that the corner can peek out of there. Yeah. But I don't know. I always imagine if some customer come and say, you know, I see that your corners wasn't poked out all the way. And I don't think I like your handmade. I think you need to do better. I could trim everything. I'm not going to trim everything. There's no need to do that. Okay? There's no need to do that. But watch how my corners poke out now. Is the word poke out or stick out? And the reason it does that is because all that extra fabric. But see, now it comes right on out. All that fabric that was there that makes it fold up. But now it's no longer there. So it comes right out. I don't know if anybody, I've never had anybody notice. I don't know that I ever forgotten to do that. But I don't put it past me. Forgetting. Okay. wonder, should I top stitch this? I'm gonna top stitch it out of the back. Yeah, I think I am gonna top stitch it. Okay, so we're gonna put the outside in the inside. If that makes sense what I'm telling you? I'm going to line up, and I am gonna cut these corners as well. I don't think it really matters. These corners gonna be in the inside, but I'm gonna cut them just in case. Then I'm gonna lay this. Okay. And I'm gonna just throw it in there. Okay, I'm throwing it in there. Don't matter how it's in there, but what does matter is that these seams line up. So you want this seam to line up with this seam, okay? Like this. You can open the seams, or you can have the seams go the opposite way. However, it's I really don't think that matters so much for this project anyway, okay? Like I said, it depends on your project. What are you sewing? What are you making? That's what these things depend on. Okay, so see, I have this outside, but the right sides are facing. Okay, that's what's important. This is the right side of the outside. This is the right side of the inside, and then you just need to be facing. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm about to sew around the top. Sew it together. That's what I'm about to do. I'm going to sew together. And I'm going, I'm use the 1/4. This is not a top stitch, this is a regular stitch. And I should actually clip this to make sure it don't move on me. Okay, because the type of fabric this is, it kind of does a little stretch. And it will move on me. I don't want it to do that. Okay, so what I'm doing, so y'all can see, I'm just going to clip them in certain spots. That's all. Try to keep it moving too much on me. Two on that side, two on that side, and one on each end. That seems like more than enough to me. Yeah. Okay, let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, so what I could do, I can keep everything the way it is and just sew from the inside like this. See that? I'm actually sewing. Or I could take this off. This part right here comes off, and then I can, but I don't think it matters because I am sewing. I'm gonna just do it this way. Was this in it? Yeah, it was in it. I'm gonna do it, and then we're just gonna go. See that moved? Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, there goes some clips and it hit the floor. Okay. As normal. I don't know if I'm the only one. So I sewed the top and now we're going to trim the top because I do not want that extra fabric at the top. So let me see if these are cut because sometimes these are kind of finicky on this type of fabric. Sometimes it does great though. It looks like it wants to do it for me. Okay. So I'm going to cut this at like an 1/8 of an inch. Okay. 1/8 of an inch is good. Oh, I got real close. Look, I got too close for comfort. Right there. You can't even barely see the line. In fact, I cut it. And I know there's a hole there. I know I cut it because watch me pull that out. So I got to sew right there. Right now. Okay? That's why you got to be careful. Okay, so I got to sew that little spot again. Just that little spot. So I'm going to start from like an inch or two away from that spot. And I'm going to just go an inch or two on that side of that. Okay? And that way. Okay? And I got to go a little under that. Go that way. And then I'm going to kind of box stitch it right there. And then you can see where I sewed the new line. So this is where I cut it, and you can see the new line underneath it. Okay. And then I went farther enough so in case that unravels. Ooh, goodness, that was. That's from the angle I was cutting. I knew I shouldn't have done that. It didn't feel. I gotta hold it a certain way so I can see what I'm doing. Put all this in my. Okay. So we're going to take a look and see what I've done. Okay. Went close. And now, what do we do? We're going to go in this hole. And I'll find you. Right there. I'm going to put everything out. Okay. Take our time. I don't want to rip no stitches. Okay. Okay. Now, what we're going to see is, when I get all of it out, of course. I'm going to iron it. Let me see. I'm going to turn the iron on while I finish pulling this out. Okay, there we go. Okay, put your hands in there. Get to them corners. And okay, so that's the inside there. This is the outside there. And then we're going to take the top here and we're going to stuff that inside. Okay. Right at the can't see, but I'm just stuffing it in like that. And then we're coming to find where the top is. Okay. Get that poke out like that. Because we're going to get ready to iron it in a minute. Put that inside in there. Let's see if we can kind of get you to see what we got here so far. And what I'm doing, see the inside, I need the, and that line, that's what we want. We want that. Clip it as I go just to make sure it doesn't move. Once I get the way I want it to be. These handmaids, it sure takes time. I mean, I enjoy doing it, so that's one of the reasons. It's really not a money maker, because if I added up my time making these items versus how much I get paid for them, you'll find that yes, it's like a way of making money, but is it? You know what I mean? It's just a way for me to recoup my money for something that I do, if that makes sense. And since I enjoy sewing, it's a way where I can do what I like to do and just recoup, just get my money back. Just give me my money back for what I spent on these. So here it is. It's not done yet. I have to do a top stitch at the top. The top stitch is gonna make sure that the inside don't roll over on the outside, or the outside roll over the inside. So that's why I'm trying to line this up as best as I can, so when I top stitch it in place. Now, I do have an embroidery machine where I can embroider on these. If people pre-order them and they say, hey, I would like one, and instead of, where your name, the name or something is on them, but this came out really nice. I am going to finish it up really quickly. But I wanted to put that book. Didn't I bring a book? My son gave me a book. What did I do with it? Yeah, I see it. It's on the bed. Okay, so remember when I was showing y'all this book getting measured, and I told you, yeah, this is going to be big, definitely for this, because we knew that, right? But it definitely just fits in really nicely. But not only does it fit in there with all this space left, right? Because I told y'all this was for a bigger book. And, but this small book fits nicely in the front pocket. It fits nicely in the front pocket. Okay. I think it even fits in this way. It should, because I think my measurements. So if you want my measurements on this, what were my measurements? Let me think. Let me see if I wrote them down. Book sleeves. So for my hardcover large, that's what the size this is. It was my fabric was 12 by 10, and the pocket was 9 by 10. Okay, 12 by 10 was for the outside and the inside. Okay, that would be the outside fabrics and the lining fabrics. They were 12 by 10. And then because I wanted a pocket, I figured I came up with 9 by 10. But my pocket is not a double pocket. Y'all remember? I just folded the top up here, the edge up here. Okay, and that was for me to save fabric. Okay, now the reason I didn't I didn't interface this at all. There's no interfacing, but it is very soft. If y'all can see, it looks like it's real fluffy already. That's because of the fabrics. These are flannel fabrics. This look like velvet. Okay, but and see how it looks? It's really pretty, but it is soft. So if you use an iPad in it's okay. It won't scratch the screen or anything like that. I didn't interface it. That's why. But you don't need to be interfaced. Why you need, you know, you put your book in it, and then you put this in your purse or your backpack. Okay, this is not like a bag that you put your book in and then put it across your strap, across your body with a strap. This is just a book protector for readers who like keeping their books safe. Okay, making sure the covers are nice. Let me poke out these corners before somebody say, "Yo, it's not poked out." Okay, so I'm gonna finish this up really quick with a top stitch, and then tomorrow it's Friday, and so far what did we do? We did this book sleeve. That's my extra large for hardcovers. We did 2 bookmarks, right? 2 bookmarks. These are bookmarks that, let me show you, that you could put pencils in. So let's say I was on page 133. This is page 133, baby. I'll never will read this book because I don't know what this. You put that on your book like that. That's your page right there. And your pen. Wait, let me close that up. I don't want to mess up. I don't want to mess it up. Okay, and your pencils are right there. And there you have it. Okay. It's your pen. So your pencils. It has you at your bookmark, wherever you know your page was. You just kind of put it in there, and then you could put it in your sleeve. And I will be making one with this fabric. I will be making a sleeve with this fabric. And I will be making a bookmark with this fabric. One of these. It'll match. Okay. But that's... And what else did I make? And of course the scrunchies. Y'all watch me in the scrunchies in the very beginning. Okay. I hope y'all liked the video. Okay, make sure you thumbs it up. Or thumbs it down if you didn't like it. It's okay. I'm okay with that. Okay. And what's the name of this book? My sons read, okay? I don't read. They both die at the end. Wow. Thank you for telling me. I guess I don't need to read it, right? It tells me what's going to happen at the end. Would that be, what kind of, is this? It don't even look, it's a lot of pages, but to be honest, it's not a lot of words on the page. You know? See, look, a whole page with just that at the top. And look at this page here with all that space there. Man, anybody write books these days? Look at that. I've never seen a book like this before with all that space. And they start writing way down here. It's a lot of pages like that too. Let me see. Well, maybe it's all the chapters, maybe. Look, this page don't even have nothing on. Look at this page. What the hell is going on with books? Look, I don't read I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I don't read um like what I read is just not this. Okay, I do read, but um I haven't seen a book like this ever. Okay, look at all these empty. I got a whole page with nothing on it. Here go another one. Let me see if they put a page number on that page. Okay, we're gonna see if they just need some filler pages or something. Is that why they're doing this? Let me see. That's 368. Yo, this is 368. And this page is 371. They needed filler pages. So this is 368. This is 369. This is 370. And this is 371. They got a whole filler pages in here. Look, it's a few of them. I could see them from the edges. Look, this page don't have nothing on. It's just a black page. There's nothing on the right side or the left side. And there's a few of them. So I could see them through by looking at the edge. Look, these pages. They gave them numbers. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that I can plainly see. So there's 6 pages times 2, 12 pages that is just black for no reason. And we know how it ends. They both die at the end. Okay, they both die at the end, baby. They both die at the end. I don't even need to read it. They did. They died. Okay, so I am going to top stitch this real quick, and then I'm going to end this stream. Thank you for watching. I hope you learned something. Y'all could skip through and see me rewind if you want to see the scrunchies from beginning to end. You even saw where I made a change because it was something I didn't like. And then I did the bookmark. And then we did this sleeve. Okay, now I'm top stitching. If y'all remember, I told y'all that's a longer stitch. Okay, if you forget to make the stitch longer, that's okay, especially on items like this. But on clothing, yes, that's when it really matters. Okay, if you're wearing garments, you really on top stitching on jeans or pants or shirts, you definitely need to make that stitch longer. Okay, but if you forget to do that on something like this, does it matter? It does not. Okay, let me show y'all. Remember when I said that was a couple of ways I could have done this? So I'm gonna change. I'm gonna do it that way for the top stitching of this. Okay, so that means I can now. I should place this like this, and then I can top stitch instead of stitching from the bottom and the inside. Okay. So do the same thing. I am gonna make some changes. It's gonna be a straight stitch. Ooh, I'm yawning. And I do want it to be a longer stitch, but not too long. I'm gonna go at 3.0. Okay. I don't think you're gonna be able to see the stitch anyway. Mainly because the color of the thread. But the reason I'm doing it, because people say if you can't see why you do it, well, it's a functional stitch. Like I said, it keeps the inside from rolling on the outside, and outside rolling from the inside. So that means it's functional. Okay, keeping everything in its place. But if you can't see a stitch and it's not functional, then it don't make any sense to do it. That's facts. Okay. Gotta be Remember, I didn't trim the seam allowance down. The only seam allowance I trimmed was at the top up here. And the reason being because I knew I was going to fold this over. Okay. Up in here, though, I could feel the thickness. But by the way, that thickness is not bad in this case of what this item is. Okay. It'll help just keep everything soft, fluffy. So it's not bad. Look like I gotta get that roll out. I might have let that peek out a little bit. I'm not sure. Oh, I done started back. I didn't even notice. And I'm right over that same stitch. That's when you know you're stitching correctly. Because if I would have kept going, I would have ended up right where I was. Just over the same stitch. Okay. So you can see the stitch, but you can't. You could only see, if I would have reduced the tension, probably wouldn't be able to notice that that's there. But that's going to stop the inside from rolling on the outside and the outside from rolling on the inside because I stitched that in place. Okay, see that? And bam, we're done. I keep hearing things hit the floor. Some more clips hit my floor. By my floor. Okay, so. I was thinking about kind of doing like a top stitch, right? Just kind of stitching along the sides, on both sides. That would keep it from, actually, no, it's okay. It's like a move. The only thing that would do is keep this pocket from kind of sagging, like it'll keep it. But I don't know, I think we're good. And that's the outside. Now, it's also kind of reversible. Why do I say it's reversible? Because it is. You can have that pocket in the inside. Let me show you. All I did was reverse it. Like that. This is the outside now. And the inside is there. And in the inside is a pocket where you can put things in it. And that's it. Okay, so it is a reversible. That one is reversible. I don't know why anybody would want to reverse it, but I do see a reason why if you want the pocket inside, so you can store some things. Okay. So anyway, I hope y'all had a good time. It looks like I've been, I don't know, what, 60, God, wow, I was on here that long. Well, yeah, I guess because it's telling me in minutes. And I had to add that up real quick in my mind. Okay. And I've been here for a few hours, okay? A few hours. And I've only saw 1, 2, 3. Well, actually, I did like 6 scrunchies. 2, 4, 6, 8 scrunchies. I did 8 scrunchies. 2, which comes in one of these. And then I did a lot of talking. And I'm gone. Y'all have a good night. Okay. The next lesson will be on. It won't be a lesson, but I do, like when I'm sewing, I like to talk and show y'all what I'm doing so y'all can do it too if you want to do it, okay? If you want to see me make some clothing, then I could do that too. I have no problem. Or if you want me to show you how to draft your own patterns for your own clothing, I can even show you how to do that. Drafting patterns for things like this is ridiculous. These are squares or rectangles, okay? Or circles when I'm doing bonnets, okay? You don't need no patterns for that. You just come up with some numbers, whatever you want to fit in whatever you're making. I wanted some pins. I wanted 3 pins to fit in my bookmarks. And so I kind of just guesstimated. I took 3 pins like that, and then I measured how much I measured this. And then from there, I added seam allowance and just a tad little space on the side. And that's how I came up with the 3 inches. Okay? And then as far as height, I did the same thing. As far as the pockets, I want to make sure this could go in the pockets. And then how tall did I want the bookmark to be. And that's how I did that. But if you want my measurements, I gave them to you. And you can use them. Hey, stop, I say. I ain't even see you, baby. How you doing? Now I'm about to go. Okay? I was trying. Look, I've been good on this channel. Okay? I've been good on this channel. Shh, don't tell nobody that I'm bad. Okay? Now I'm gone. I'll see you later. I will be live over there on the other channel tomorrow, though. Yes, I will. I don't have nothing to talk about, though. I don't have nothing to talk about. And I do need to go to sleep because I do want to. Tomorrow is, oh yeah, Dr. G is going to be doing her, oh, listen, she making money, so yes, we going over there to support her. We're going to see how that work out. Okay. See, she took the advice that I gave her and listened to him. It's not even what I gave her. It's more about what he gave her during our conversation. You know, how he provided, how he speaks, how he thinks, and how he, and I think it's going to be fine. I think it's going to be fine. We're going to see, though. I'll see y'all tomorrow. He's having Effery Friday. Okay? So I'm going to be there if I wake up. So I got to go. Now, how in this? Let me think. It told me to hit an X. Okay.